Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. It was just me and my daughter Cammie this weekend at a family pickleball tournament. The event was hosted at my sister's house that she and her husband had recently purchased. It's on a huge property with an official pickleball court in the backyard. I should have assumed that the house was going to be something absurdly big if there's a full-size court of anything in the backyard. But I couldn't imagine the kind of money the tech business could make. Only an hour away, I don't know the exact title of my brother-in-law's position, but when every house you pass by has a boat garage attached, you know you've entered a whole new kind of wealth level. Keep this in mind, though, because not all that glitters is gold. I won't lie, this story isn't going to end with me saying that my two-bedroom Rambler is superior to her castle, but those undeniably beautiful homes were located in some undeniably creepy hills. When we arrived, most of the family had already shown up or flown in the previous night. Still, there was more than enough room to have everyone in attendance sleep comfortably that weekend. Cammie and I snagged a room overlooking the backyard. From that vantage point, we could see the pickleball court at the bottom of a grassy hill. The court pushes right up against a tree line that encompasses the edge of the property. We had a blast. Grandma Joy won the tournament, and we accused my cousin of throwing the game to let her win. Then everyone proceeded to drink until bedtime. None of us are big drinkers, and the house was pretty much quiet by 11-ish when I headed up to the room. I didn't want to get into bed next to my daughter smelling like booze, so I grabbed an extra blanket that she wasn't wrapped in and fell asleep on the couch in front of the window. However, it wasn't long after that Cammie would wake me up by shaking my shoulder and whispering loudly into my ear. I don't know if you've ever been woken up by a child whispering scary shit at you while you're sleeping in a dark, unfamiliar room, but if that has happened to you, you know how downright startling it is. But it was nothing compared to the bolt of terror I felt immediately after opening my eyes. I'm lying on my side and I see my daughter's stare darting back and forth from me to the big window behind the couch that I was sleeping on. My daughter, Cammie, whispers, "There's scary people outside." And at first I mentally rationalized what she said as some of the adults are still up partying. Maybe Cammie got woken up by them falling around in the yard, like how my family used to wake me up when I was little. And let's just say mine and my sister's family isn't the family that she married into. But while I was laying on the couch, I couldn't hear any of the expected noises that came from a couple of all-nighters. There was actually no noise whatsoever, aside from Cammie. When I sat up from my position and I peered over my shoulder toward the open window behind the couch, I see silhouetted figures walking around in the grass. The moon was at their backs, but there was something stranger going on. More than poor lighting, because the depth of their blackness didn't change as they walked. They were hard to consciously track because nothing about them reflected. In the pale moonlight, they didn't cast a shadow. They were the shadows. Just dense shapes of people, maybe 4 or 5 of them, moving independently across the dew-soaked lawn. Their steps were long and exaggerated, lifting each leg up tall before placing it down. But it was the sharp speed at which they were doing this that caught me off guard. Insect-like bursts of movement in a few strides at a time, then they'd freeze for half a second before doing another bout of footwork. All of the silhouettes firing off in random directions around the yard, in no pattern or rhythm, twitching and stretching in unnatural, jagged angles like static on a screen. Then, one of them, taller than the rest, stopped in the center of the yard and bent its spine backward into a sickening, inverted form, and turned towards our window. It had no face. All I could see was a hollow, voided impression where features should have been. Yet I knew with absolute instinctual terror that it was staring directly at us. Cammie's small hand gripped my forearm so tightly, her fingernails dug into the muscle. She didn't say a word, didn't have to. Down on the lawn, the tall figure had contorted back to its original shape as the figures began to spread out, drifting silently until they formed a wide, jagged semicircle. Now all of them stood facing the house. They didn't move toward the doors, they didn't try to get in, they just stood there, perfectly motionless under the moonlight, staring up at the second-story glass. I got a scared, tingly feeling in my stomach that I hadn't felt since, probably since I was Cammie's age. I slid my hand over her eyes, pressing her back against my chest, and I sank to the floor, pulling us both below the line of the windowsill. I could feel her heart racing as we laid there till the sun came up. Below us, the rest of the house was beginning to stir. I heard the muffled clatter of coffee mugs from the kitchen down the hall and the distant sound of my relatives waking up, entirely unaware of the night. I let Cammie sleep. It had probably been less than an hour that she was able to pass out. I went downstairs, and I asked the group, did everyone sleep good? They all did. Not even a micro sign of discomfort between them. I hadn't gotten any sleep, and I chose to agree with them instead of trying to explain the reason as to why my sleep wasn't as restful. We were leaving after breakfast regardless. On our way home, I was honest with Cammie. I didn't downplay what we saw. I told her, I don't know what that was, and yeah, it scared me too. And yeah, I didn't want to go over to Auntie Nicole's either. And yeah, Grandma Joy didn't win the pickleball tournament in an honest way. But sometimes you're going to see that in life and have to smile and clap all the same. I know. It kind of defeats the purpose of competing if they're just going to give it to her, huh? That's when I looked at Cammie dead in the eyes and I said, old Grandma Joy may have that shiny plastic trophy, but we have time. And I bet she wants that more than a silly trophy. I took a Virginia road trip the summer after I graduated college, mostly aimless, hitting whatever historical markers happened to be along my route. Ash Lawn wasn't even on my original list. A gas station attendant near Charlottesville mentioned it when I'd asked about things worth seeing nearby. He said it was smaller than this other town I'd mentioned and was less crowded, which sounded fine to me. I wasn't looking for anything specific that day anyway. I just wanted somewhere to stretch my legs before the next stretch of driving. The house itself was modest, which the brochure kept insisting on, like it needed to manage my expectations before I even got inside. A cottage, really, tucked back from the road with ivy climbing around the corner of the porch. A docent led our small group through room by room, reciting the usual facts that most small museums do. In this case, it was Monroe's friendship to Jefferson, the 2 miles between the properties, which decisions got made in which rooms. I wasn't listening especially closely. I was 22 and more interested in getting a good photo for the day than absorbing presidential history. We stopped in the main room, and the docent gestured toward a plain wooden rocking chair near the window, mentioning something about it being original to the house. One of the few pieces that hadn't been swapped out or restored beyond recognition. I remember taking a photo of it purely because it looked old and photogenic, sunlight coming through the window behind it. Nothing about the moment felt significant. The group moved on to the next room. I lingered for a few seconds longer than everyone else, camera still up, trying to get a second angle before I lost the light. And then the chair rocked. Not a big motion, but a single deliberate arc forward and back. Exactly the movement made when someone's just settled into it, pushing off with their heel. I lowered the camera and looked at it differently, waiting for an explanation that my brain was willing to accept so I could move on. A draft, the floorboard settling, someone in the group brushing past it on their way out of the room. Of course, nobody had. I was the only person left in there. It rocked again. Same small arc, same unhurried rhythm. Like whoever was sitting in it had all the time in the world, no particular reason to hurry through whatever they were thinking about. And so I watched. And though I was watching it slowly rock, I remember the specific stillness of that moment. The dust motes catching the window light, the low murmur of the tour group's voices already fading into the next room, and this one chair rocking steadily in an empty house with no draft. I couldn't find any reason for it, but I reached out and I touched the armrest, mostly on instinct, the reflex that you'd have reaching to steady something that seemed like it might tip over. It stopped immediately. Not a slow settling to rest, but an immediate stop. The instant my hand made contact. Like a hand had been resting on the opposite arm the whole time, and had simply lifted away the moment mine arrived. I didn't tell anyone in my tour group, but I caught up with them in a room later. Said nothing, took the rest of the tour with a kind of low hum and unease that I couldn't really shake. Glancing back toward the room every chance I got, though the chair never moved again for the rest of my visit. I asked the docent on my way out, as casually as I could manage, whether the chair had any sort of history, anything documented, anything that people talked about besides what they'd shared. She gave me a careful, practiced smile. It was a smile that told me that this question wasn't new to her. Well, the whole house and its furnishings has quite a bit of character, is all she said to me. And that some visitors found the main room particularly memorable. She didn't elaborate, and I got the distinct sense that she wasn't going to, no matter how I phrased the question. I tried again anyway. Has anyone ever seen it move on its own? She simply smiled and walked away. I've told a handful of people this story over the years, always with this same hesitation, kind of bracing myself for the polite skepticism that I usually get. I don't blame anyone for doubting it. I probably would too, if someone told it to me instead. But I know what I saw, and more than that, I know what I felt the moment my hand landed on that armrest. The unmistakable sense of having interrupted something, of a presence retreating out of a simple courtesy rather than fear. How you'd step back from a doorway when you notice someone else needs to pass through it. I think about that chair more than I expected to. Even when I photographed it, I thought I was just taking a photo, but I walked away with quite a memory. I worked the White House switchboard for 11 years, starting under Johnson, finishing out my last stretch in the early Nixon years. People assume it was glamorous. Mostly it was headsets and cord boards, memorizing which senator hated being put on hold. You learn the rhythm of a building fast when you're the one routing every call that comes through it. The switchboard back then ran through a central room in the East Wing, rows of us on rotating shifts, patching calls by hand. Every extension in the residence had a number assigned to it, logged on a chart taped above each operator's station. I knew that chart cold within my first month. I had to. A wrong connection to the wrong room at the wrong hour could ruin someone's night, or worse. Extension 9 belonged to nothing. I noticed it my second week. A call would come through requesting connection to 9, and I'd check the chart, and there was no 9 listed. The residence numbers ran 1 through 8, then jumped to 10. I assumed it was an error in the paperwork, something never updated, and I told the caller as much. They insisted they'd been given that number specifically by someone on staff for a line inside the residence. I logged it as operator error on my end and moved on. That's what you do with small, unexplainable things in a job that runs on precision. You file them under human mistake and keep the board moving. It happened again 3 weeks later. Different caller, same number. This time I asked a senior operator, a woman who'd worked the board since Eisenhower, whether Extension 9 had ever existed. She was quiet for a second, her silence almost telling me more than her answer would. She said only that some odd things about that particular line came up now and then, that I shouldn't worry myself over it. I want to say I let it go after that. I didn't, though, not fully. I started watching for it. Over the following 2 years, Extension 9 came up maybe a dozen more times, always from outside callers, never from anyone inside the building requesting it. Always a man's voice on the other end, asking to be put through, sometimes irritated when I told him that no such line existed, sometimes strangely patient about it, like he'd already expected the answer and was testing something by asking anyway. The night I remember clearest came during a quiet stretch, well past midnight, call volume down to almost nothing. My board lit up on a line I hadn't touched, an internal connection, not an outside call routing in, but a residence extension ringing through to my station on its own, which wasn't supposed to happen without a human hand somewhere initiating it. I picked it up out of reflex before I fully registered what I was looking at. Silence on the other end. This wasn't dead air. I know dead air. It's got this hollow nothing of a disconnected line, but this had weight to it. And there was breathing, maybe. Or something close enough to breathing that my body reacted to it the same way that it would if a person was standing too near to me in the dark. I asked who was calling. Nothing. I checked the board to see which extension had rung through. 9. I must have sat there for a moment, long enough for another operator to notice my face and ask what was wrong. I hung up before I could explain it to myself, let alone to her. I asked around after that. An older maintenance man told me, offhand, that the residence had gone through several renumbering schemes over the decades, additions and removals as rooms changed use, and that some old wiring never got fully pulled when a number was retired. He said it like it explained everything, but it really didn't. Old wiring doesn't ring itself through a live switchboard at 1 a.m. when nobody on either end is pressing a button. I heard, secondhand, years after I'd left the job, that a line once existed in a study that Lincoln had used, decommissioned long before my time there, and that whoever had assigned the old numbering system had, for reasons nobody could explain, never reused that particular digit for anything else afterward. Whether that's true, I can't say. Nobody at the switchboard ever confirmed it outright. Records from that era of the White House renovations are patchy at best. I never had the standing to go digging through them properly. I retired from the switchboard the year Nixon moved in. Took a quieter job answering phones for a private firm where every extension on the chart corresponded to an actual desk with an actual person sitting behind it. Which is more than I can say for Extension 9. I drive long-haul freight, mostly overnight runs, which means I've slept in more rest stop parking lots than actual beds over the past decade. And with that, you develop a sixth sense for what's normal out there. The murmur of idling engines, the hush a lot gets after midnight when even the truckers running on caffeine finally give in and shut their eyes for a few hours. This happened at a rest stop off I-70, somewhere in the flat middle of Kansas. It's a stretch where the horizon just goes on being nothing in every direction. I'd pulled in around 2, killed the engine, cracked the window for air, and was most of the way asleep when something made me open my eyes again. Not a sound I could name, more a change in the quality of the quiet. How a room feels different when someone walks in it behind you. That's what it felt like. I sat up and I looked out the windshield. There were shapes moving on top of the trailer, 2 spots over. Pale, low to the roofline, moving in short, clipped bursts. 3 or 4 quick motions and then a stop. 3 or 4 quick motions, a stop. What I noticed were these joints. They didn't move the way joints move. Elbows bent sideways, knees folded backward, mid-stride, and then corrected. I had to ask myself what the hell I was looking at, trying to figure out what sort of shadow could even do that. But it was like something was operating a body that it hadn't fully learned the mechanics of yet, and I counted 4 of them, though I lost track more than once. They drop off the far side of the trailer and repeat seconds later on a different one entirely, 3 trucks down, with no visible ground crossing in between. Their skin, if it was skin, it held this flat, chalky pallor. It didn't shift with the lights overhead, no shine or texture, just this dull kind of paint. I know I'm not explaining this properly. All I can tell you is these shapes weren't human, but they were moving around as if they were. Sitting still in my truck, I observed that none of them had faces. And I don't mean their faces were hard to see in the dark. I mean, I looked, I focused, and there were no eyes. There was not even a shape where a face should be. No indentations, no nothing. Imagine a human wearing a sheet, but the sheet is almost skin tight. And then, of course, you've got to add in the jagged motions, the limbs bending in ways they shouldn't. And then they started moving closer to my truck. They're not running or walking exactly. They're doing whatever this same stop-start rhythm motion is, closing distance in short, violent bursts, and then holding dead still for a beat before the next one, crossing 3 trailers worth of ground faster than anything with a normal gait should have managed. I went to lock my door, which felt absurd as I did it because, of course, they were already locked. But my hand was shaking against the switch. They stopped at the edge of my truck's hood, all 4 of them, in a loose line, facing my windshield, motionless in a way that felt worse than the jerking had. It was this total stillness, and even up close I could tell I didn't know what the hell they were. And the stillness held for too long, held past the point where a living thing needs to hold still for anything. Even I was fidgeting involuntarily. I tried not to move, tried not to breathe, but I know I was doing both. I sat there with my hands locked on the wheel, like gripping it might do something useful, watching 4 faceless shapes stand in a row studying me, or the truck, or whatever they'd come there to study. It felt like 10 minutes. Maybe it was 30 seconds. I didn't look at the clock. Then together, all 4 of them dropped. Not fell, just dropped, like marionette strings cut simultaneously, folding down out of sight below my sightline in one motion. I didn't get out to check. I put the truck in gear. I pulled back onto the highway at 2 in the morning, with 4 hours left on my mandated rest period, and I drove until the sun came up. The next rest stop looked like a place with other people already awake in it. I chose that one. I told exactly one other driver about this, an older guy that I trust, over coffee at a truck stop a few months later. He didn't laugh, though. He just nodded slowly and told me that some stretches of highway have a reputation, the kind that drivers mention to each other in times like this, but never on dispatch. He didn't really elaborate past that, and I didn't really ask him to. I still run that route sometimes. I don't sleep at that rest stop anymore. I drive the extra 40 minutes to the next one. Every time, no exceptions. And I've stopped asking myself whether that's caution or superstition. Honestly, out there, I'm not sure there's a difference. I can most certainly get in trouble if I allude to any specific names or locations. And there's one word in particular I need to address before I say anything else. Throughout this, I'm going to use the word skinwalker, because it's the word that most people outside of my community already know. The one that won't raise questions if you repeat it. It's not the actual name. The actual name isn't something I'm willing to type. Not here and not anywhere. And if you ever find yourself reading or hearing the real one somewhere else, I'd urge you to stop before you finish the word, even in your own head. What I'm using instead is a borrowed label, a safe substitute, the linguistic equivalent of leaving a door unlocked instead of wide open. My Uncle Mark is the chief of police on our reservation. He has the scoop on everything happening around here. I want to give a quick rundown of how our reservation and other tribal land functions. We're not considered a neighboring town. The reservations are towns that do neighbor other non-tribal cities, but we're seen as a distinct sovereign nation existing within the border of the United States. The tribes possess tribal sovereignty, meaning we have the inherent authority to govern ourselves and our land. Our economy relies on a mix of tribally owned enterprises like casinos, agriculture, federal grants, and local small businesses. Some reservations are thriving commercial hubs right next to another urban location, while others face extreme isolation and high poverty rates. My tribe leans on the latter. Mark works hand in hand with the tribal leaders and has a say in how to utilize the federal public safety grants. The money they have to work with is always spread thin amongst multiple renovation projects, like repaving some outdoor courts, fixing or updating amenities at the community center, the parks. Last year, a big portion was spent on updating the public library, faster computers, and internet speed. A small boost towards coherent necessities that made the people's lives better. So when our local paper announced that 80% of the budget this year went into installing flock cameras, the community was up in arms about the decision. At the council meeting, Mark had to bite his tongue while he was chastised by every tribal member attending that night. His job was threatened, and he's probably going to be retiring at the end of this year because of this controversy. He wasn't able to freely speak about the real reasons that the board voted on flock cameras. They thought he'd capitulated to high-tech paranoia, squandering scarce reservation funds on sleek automated license plate readers, while back roads go unpaved and youth programs sit unfunded. The public outcry at tribal council meetings was deafening. But Mark took the community's resentment in silence. The community thought it was just another way for the government to take away their rights. And from the outside, that's exactly what it looks like. Our reservation is small. 2 stoplights, virtually zero criminal action compared to the surrounding cities. What Mark couldn't tell everyone there was that the cameras weren't meant to spy on them. He couldn't defend himself without breaking a far more dangerous rule. You do not speak of skinwalkers openly. Admission would have most likely brought the same protest. But with an added layer of psychosis, I think everyone believes in the paranormal to a certain extent out here, but most sit on the rim of superstitions. Warnings only heeded when it doesn't inconvenience the day. Nobody outside of the board was allowed to see the whole picture of what was going on, what is going on. Usually, you don't know all of the criminal behavior that goes on in your own town. Sure, you know the big stuff. Watch out for this guy on the loose, house fire on 5th Street. Those stories, but to get a look under the hood of a community, to see the engine and how it works, you're only able to get the real picture of it when you're in a position of service to the community. And when you've invested your life like that, or have an uncle who did, that's when you're able to hear the missing person cases, the livestock killings, property damage, and start to see a pattern between the seemingly unrelated nature of crimes. Mark has shown my mom and I some footage from these flock cameras, what they've picked up, because they don't just read license plates. They log vehicle type, model, color, speed, and provide night vision video feeds. Though Mark hasn't used it to find stolen sedans, he's tracking the anomalies. A rusted beat-up truck registered to an elder who passed away last year. Mark tagged it cruising the outer boundaries at 3 a.m., flagging the thermal feeds as it moves at 60 miles per hour down a dark stretch of road. But the heat signature in the driver's seat is completely cold. Mark spends most of his nights reviewing frame-by-frame glitches where the camera's automated AI tries to classify a tall, distorted figure sprinting along a speeding vehicle as a roof rack or trailer attachment. Police departments can use guardian mode or motion alerts to follow a pedestrian as they walk through a frame. These systems use AI computer vision to detect, zoom in on, and auto-track human movement, but most of the time the AI is unable to process what it's seeing. But that's a clear indicator you're looking at something different. They capture regular people perfectly, but when a skinwalker image gets picked up, the AI changes it to a distorted man-bear shape. That's figure looks like the beast from Beauty and the Beast. My uncle watches these monitors every day, like how you watch a man on a tightrope. You're not hoping to see him fall. You watch because he hasn't yet. There's an unofficial book that he logs the abnormal cases, a black book that he takes to all of his meetings filled with handwritten accounts. For example, one log included information like the automatic system flagging a high-speed vehicle moving down Route 12 at 55 miles per hour, with no vehicle make or license plate registering. But when Mark physically looks at the footage, the high-speed infrared image doesn't show a car. It captured a long-limbed, pale shape running on all fours down an empty asphalt stretch. The automated AI bounding box kept glitching, endlessly trying to label the torso as a roof rack. Another story involved an abandoned vehicle they found one morning, parked in the middle of the road. The car was still running on idle, front door open, but no occupant. Reviewing the video, Mark noticed a custom filter alert triggered 6 times that night. A dark SUV passing by camera 2 every 10 minutes, but always heading north. It never passed camera 1 or 3 to enter or exit the road segment. The camera frames show the SUV slow to a stop directly under the mounting pole. In the final frame before the feed drops, A tall figure steps out of the driver's side, walks around the back of the vehicle, and disappears into the tree line. The network became an unofficial ledger of people who entered the canyon and never came back. In my personal opinion, the scariest accounts that Mark scribbled down was when the flock unit tied to the emergency roadside call box at the edge of the reservation logged a distress signal. An automated audio capture feature triggers when someone hits the emergency button near the camera pole. The audio file contained a voice of a female teenager that had been missing for over a year. She was calling for help while quoting or using precise police radio call signs. The voice in the file jumps all over the place, like multiple people are recording the message. However, the camera showed no person at the box. The phone was off the receiver, swaying in the wind, still attached by the cord. It was only when Mark zoomed in as much as possible that he was able to see another thin, bald, pale form. It looked to be lying under the call box, with its head and neck stretched up toward the dangling phone, speaking into it. Skinwalkers have always been a part of our culture. We're told not to speak of them in order not to attract them. But it seems that they move with or without our permission. The bodies of those who go missing are never returned. There's no way to possibly measure a skinwalker's intelligence, but it feels like they're getting smarter, acting with more sinister intent. And the most recent discovery was published in the local paper like a decree for people to accept the unease, like a change in temperature. Block cameras didn't capture this one, but a local called it in after coming across a bizarre spectacle that appeared overnight. A cluster of 5 separate vehicles, all tied to open missing person cases that stretched over a decade. They were parked bumper to bumper in an unmapped clearing off of Highway 9. None of them triggered any of the cameras getting there. The doors of all 5 cars stood open, and the vehicle interiors were packed full of dirt, animal bones, hair, and woven sage. Some described the scene as a shrine to ward off evil, while others said it looked more like abandoned nests. For what? That's still up for debate. As for now, the council has yet to publicly disclose the true details of what's been going on. Hyperbolic panic could send this already fragile community into a tailspin. Thankfully, as I previously mentioned, because these ancient beings are such an integral component in our culture, we follow the rules taught to us by our ancestors, a series of do's and don'ts. They used to mean the difference between life and death. We're the offspring of the survivors who didn't create these rules with leisure. They decoded an unabridged law that was uncovered slow and naturally, through trial and error, and being forced to observe death more as a statistic needing alterations, rather than tragedies to be mourned. The ones that endured would teach the next generations these rules as a way to mitigate reliance on arbitrary outcomes. Tradition tells us that simply discussing skinwalkers aloud, even saying their name, is believed to draw their attention. Writing it has no bearing, but readers, beware. Additionally, skinwalkers are famous for voice mimicry. If you hear a friend, family member, or child calling for help outside your home or from the woods late at night, listen for its pitch and cadence. If it sounds even slightly off or begins to repeat words, do not reply, and absolutely do not go outside. Avoid boasting about night travels or sharing specific routes publicly. Skinwalkers primarily hunt at night and target isolated individuals on quiet roads, canyons, remote trails. If you encounter an animal like a deer, large owls, wolves, any animal that's acting unnaturally, standing up on two legs, staring without blinking, or showing no fear of humans, immediately disengage. Eye contact allows them to exert influence. Knocking on windows, scraping on roofs, or the sound of footsteps circling a structure at night, they're common tactics used to lure people outside. Blinds, curtains, and shades should always be drawn before dark, so nothing can peer inside. It's not uncommon to see tribal homes using cedar ash or pollen to line doorways and windowsills to keep malevolent forces at bay. It's believed that wearing or keeping unblessed animal pelts, especially those of top predators like coyotes or wolves, it can invite a spiritual corruption that can be tracked like blood in the water for a skinwalker. If you're traveling and you see an animal or figure standing motionless on the shoulder of a trail, do not slow past a gallop. Nowadays, I translate that to, if I see a figure standing on the shoulder of a highway, press the gas pedal against the floor. Don't turn around to look more than once, even if you see that it's following, because acknowledgement gives it power over the driver. It seems like it's only now in 2026 that anyone's tried to demonstrate this constitution we established as truth. I think whatever my uncle's doing is a lot more than what anyone else has tried. The more information we can get on skinwalkers should inevitably open up solutions that nobody's previously thought possible. Mark's leading the charge in this, but I can see it's taking a lot out of him mentally. It hurts to have the community turn on him without understanding why the surveillance technologies become so detrimental to his job. Since their installation, the jail cells haven't filled past regular capacity. The only time people really get upset is when they have to look up directly at the cameras and remind them of the community center renovations that were never completed, or the countless other projects that they feel the money would have been better invested into. I'm nervous Mark's going to try hunting one down. He thinks he needs to get proof before the tribe completely exiles him past the cold presence that he already feels when walking into the social events. That's where we are right now in this story. All I know is that even with the newest technology, we're still not any closer to finding answers to the questions that our elders asked. I've lived on the edge of the glades my whole life, close enough that gator warnings on the news are just weather to me. Background noise that you register and move past. My uncle's got a stretch of land backing up to Cypress Swamp, and every summer growing up I'd stay with him for a few weeks, mostly to fish, mostly to get away from town. I know that land, and I know what it sounds like at night, what it's supposed to smell like. You know, the wet green rot of standing water, the sweetness of jasmine that somehow survives out there. I was 17 the summer that this happened, out checking a trot line that my uncle had strung across the narrow finger of water that was behind his property. It was just after dusk, headlamp on, mosquitoes doing what mosquitoes do, killing me. I smelled something before anything else, which I guess is the part that people never believe when I tell this story, because smell isn't the sense you expect a monster story to hinge on, but it sure does. It hit me from maybe 30 yards off, carried on a breath of wind coming out of the trees. It was a thick animal stink, something between wet dog and spoiled meat, something else underneath that I don't have a good word for. Something almost sweet in the worst possible way, like rot trying to pass itself off as something pretty. I've smelled dead gators. I've smelled hogs that got in a trap and didn't survive the heat before anyone found them. This wasn't either of those. This had weight to it, a real presence, thick enough that I remember actually gagging, one hand coming up over my nose and mouth on reflex. I froze with that trot line half-poled, headlamp beam shaking because my hand was shaking, and I swept it toward the tree line where the smell seemed strongest. I didn't see much. Honest truth. It wasn't the clearest sighting. A shape too big and too broad-shouldered, though, to be anything I recognized. It was darkening the gap between two cypress trunks. There and gone, and half-second my light passed over it. Reddish-brown, matted. Had a bulk to it that makes you instantly recalculate your relationship to your own size. I heard something, too. A low sound that wasn't quite a grunt and wasn't quite a growl. More like something clearing a throat that it didn't fully know how to use. I didn't investigate. I was 17 years old, but I didn't want to creep any closer to find out what was making that smell. I didn't want to die. I dropped the trot line, gator and all, apparently because my uncle found the whole rig tangled and abandoned the next morning. And I was back at the house so fast that I didn't have a clean memory of the run itself, just the fact that I was suddenly there. And it was my own voice yelling for my uncle that I heard before I'd even gotten to the screen door. He believed me faster than I expected. Didn't laugh. Didn't do the thing that adults do where they call it a bear and move on. He just nodded. Said the smell was the tell. Said real bears don't carry a stink like that unless there's something already dead. And something hadn't been dead in what I described. He told me stories after that. Ones that he'd never bothered sharing because before I'd never had a reason to need them. Hunters who'd smelled that same thick, sour, sweet stink, drifting off the swamp at odd hours, almost at dusk or later, always gone by the time anyone worked up the nerve to look closer. I will still fish that stretch of water. I'm 34 now, and most nights out there are exactly what they've always been. Quiet, green-smelling, ordinary. But every so often, maybe twice a year, there's a wind that comes off the trees and it stops me cold before I've even placed why. Some old memory in my body reacting to a smell that my conscious mind hasn't caught up to yet. I don't wait around those nights to find out if I'm right. I just reel it in, go back to the house, and let the swamp keep whatever it's got back there to itself. It really does feel like everyone who grew up near our stretch of road and woods has a melonhead story. It's practically a rite of passage around here. You turn 15, 14, somebody's older brother tells you the real story instead of the sanitized version your parents give you. And eventually you end up out on that road at night with a group of friends because that's just what you did before everyone had a car and there was somewhere better to be. Full disclosure, this legend's got dozens of versions depending on who's telling it. Escaped asylum patients, a family driven mad by inbreeding, hiding out in the hills for generations. Their kids born with heads too big for their bodies, from whatever was wrong with them. Some people say that they're not even human anymore. Not really, just something that used to be. Doesn't matter which version you grew up on. They all end the same way. Something out there in the woods off that road, and it doesn't like visitors. I was 14, and there were 4 of us. Me, my cousin Danny, and 2 guys from the grade above us who I only really hung out with because they had a car and were willing to drive out there. It was one of those late August nights, right before school started. Warm enough to have the windows down, And we'd all worked ourselves into that state of performed bravery that teenagers get into right before doing something stupid. The road itself is unremarkable in the daylight, just a narrow stretch with woods pressing in close on both sides. A couple of old stone walls half swallowed by brush. It is definitely the type of road that was probably a farm access route hundreds of years ago. Never got widened because nobody needed it to be. At night, it's different. No streetlights, no houses close enough to see, just your headlights carving a tunnel through the trees that seem to lean in tighter than they should. We parked about a quarter mile in. It felt like an appropriately reckless distance at the time. Everybody had a job. Someone had the flashlight. Someone had their dad's camera because this was back before everyone carried one in their pocket. And someone was supposed to keep an eye on the road behind, just in case a car came. I don't remember what my job was. Probably being scared, mostly. We walked maybe 10 minutes before Danny stopped cold and told everyone to shut up. He'd heard something moving off to our left, back in the trees, keeping pace with us. Not directly parallel, a little behind, then catching up, then falling back again. It's how something moves if it's deciding if it wants to be noticed or not. We all stood there, straining to hear it. There was nothing. I remember the relief of thinking that we'd imagined it, followed immediately by the horror of hearing it again. Closer this time. A distinct crunch of underbrush that had actual weight and rhythm behind it. Not a squirrel, not a deer. Deer don't move like that. In that stop-start way, like something pacing itself. Someone's whisper cracked through the silence, asking if we should go back. Nobody answered right away, which really at certain times is its own answer. Then the flashlight beam caught something at the tree line, low to the ground, maybe 3 feet up, pale and round in a way that I couldn't fit into a category. My brain wanted to sort it into things, but it couldn't. It wasn't there long enough to become a shape exactly, more an impression. Something bulbous and wrong proportioned. Tilted at an angle, like it was studying us the same way we were failing to study it. And then it was gone. Not running exactly. More like it had simply stopped occupying that space. Almost as if it had stepped behind something bigger than itself. Nobody discussed leaving, we just left. All 4 of us at the same moment, the same unspoken decision, arriving in everybody's legs simultaneously. I remember the sound of our feet slapping the dirt road being the loudest thing in the world, drowning out whatever might have still been keeping pace with us in the trees. And I remember not looking back, not once, all the way to the car, because some animal logic told me that looking back was how you found out that something was closer than you wanted it to be, how you failed to escape. Anyway, we got in, and the guy driving stalled the car twice, trying to get it into gear. Nobody made a single joke about it, which tells you something, because we'd been needling each other all night up to that point. We never went back there, obviously. I know people who still do, every few years, usually fueled by the same performed bravery that got us out there in the first place. And every single one of them comes back with some version of the same story. Something pale, something that moves completely wrong, and something that decides on its own terms when it's done being seen. I don't know what I saw, I guess. Not exactly. But I have spent 20 years turning it over, trying to find the mundane explanation that fits. None of it quite closes the gap, though. What I remember most isn't even the shape itself. I think it's the deliberate way that it stopped pacing us the moment the light found it. Like it understood exactly what being seen meant, and had decided just then that it was finished letting us decide when that happened. My father worked rotating shifts at the plant for as long as I can remember, and the insomnia that came with it never really left him, even on his weeks off. Some fathers take their kids fishing, and mine took me walking, usually somewhere between 11 and 1 in the morning, when the neighborhood was a different kind of quiet and a special kind of dark. I loved those walks more than almost anything else from my childhood. It was just the two of us. No television humming in the background or phone buzzing. Just his footsteps in mine and whatever he felt like talking about. His own childhood, sports, nothing important. Which made it feel more important than anything that we talked about during the day. Our neighborhood was about as unremarkable as neighborhoods would be. Cul-de-sacs, two-car garages, what realtors call established, because the trees have finally gotten tall enough to matter. The one exception was the road that ran along the back edge of the development, where the houses stopped and about 1.25 miles of dense forest took over, curving in a wide loop that eventually fed back into our own street. It was our favorite stretch specifically because it didn't feel like the rest of the neighborhood. No porch lights to dodge or dogs barking behind fences. It was just trees and crickets and our voices. There was one section along that loop where a single street lamp stood. It was illuminating a small plot of land that nobody seemed to own anymore. Overgrown, waist-high weeds choking out what might have been someone's side yard. A rusted fence post and 2 still standing at odd angles, like the last teeth in an old jaw. We must have walked past that plot 200 times over the years. It was never anything but background scenery. The halfway point of our loop. The place that my father would usually say something like, "Almost there," even though we were only about 1/3 of the way there. I was 12 the last time we walked it. It was an ordinary night, as they say. Warm enough that neither of us had bothered with our jackets, and we were in mid-conversation about something forgettable. I want to say baseball, though it could have been anything. When my father stopped walking so abruptly, I nearly ran into his back. He didn't say anything. He grabbed my shoulder, pulled me against him, and clapped a hand over my mouth. All in one motion, so fast and so unlike him that my first instinct was actual physical panic, my body registering the wrongness of his grip before my mind had caught up to why. He crouched, pulling me down with him, and pointed toward the illuminated plot, maybe 100 yards ahead. I didn't see anything at first. I remember starting to pull his hand away from my mouth, already forming the beginning of a complaint, when something moved at the edge of the brush line, right at the border where the streetlight's reach gave out to shadow. It was small. That's the detail that I return to often, even all these years later. Not the size of something enormous or looming, but something that stood maybe 3 feet tall, scrawny in a way that read as deliberately wrong rather than simply thin. Its limbs were too long for its body, jointed in places that made its careful, deliberate movements look like a puppet being walked by unpracticed hands. It paused at the edge of the light, head turning in a slow arc, taking in the road, the trees, the two of us frozen 100 yards off in the dark, where it apparently couldn't or hadn't bothered to see us. It made a gesture back to the brush. I'll call it a signal, because It's the only word that fits what I watched happen, I guess. 2 more of them emerged, identical in size and proportion, moving with that same unnatural care, joining the first at the tree line. The 3 of them stood together for a few seconds in what looked unmistakably like conversation. Small adjustments of posture, one of them turning its head toward the other 2 and back again. It's the silent negotiation you'd recognize between people deciding something without needing words for it. Then, together, all 3 broke for the tree line and vanished into the dark beyond the streetlight's reach. My father didn't wait to see if they'd come back. He hauled me up onto his shoulder. I was easily over 100 pounds at the time, and he carried me for the better part of a half a mile without breaking stride, without a single word. His breathing ragged in a way that I'd never heard from a man who had ran 3 miles most mornings without effort. I don't remember being carried so much as I remember the blur of it. Porch lights swimming past upside down, his heartbeat hammering against my ribs, and the specific, awful silence of him not telling me it was okay. We never walked that road again. Within a week, he'd had 4 motion-censored floodlights installed around our property, each one bright enough to turn our backyard into something closer to a parking lot than a lawn. A few weeks after that, we had a dog, a mutt from the shelter, already grown, already alert in a way that suggested that she'd had a hard life before us, and she slept at the foot of my parents' bed every night from that point on. I've tried to bring it up with him exactly 3 times over the years. Every time, his face does that same thing. It goes still. It goes somewhere else, and he tells me, evenly, that he doesn't want to talk about it. Not angry, it's just closed. The way a door closes when someone doesn't want you to see what's on the other side of it. But 15 years later, I can still see them perfectly if I close my eyes. 3 small shapes huddled at the edge of the streetlight's reach. They were deciding something between themselves before they ran. I've never been able to decide which detail really bothers me the most or fascinates me the most. Was it how deliberately they moved, or how certain I still am all these years on that whatever they were discussing before they vanished into those trees, it had something to do with us. I've changed the name in this story because, in writing this, it struck me that real ghost stories come from real tragedy. The spirits we run from once were people too, most with families of their own. It's rare that a ghost would stick around after dying of old age. They might visit and say hello, maybe even warn you about some esoteric agenda. But for the most part, if we were to throw all of these accounts into an algorithm, we'd find a strong pattern indicating the place is haunted because something fucked up happened there. And or that ghost is haunting because something fucked up happened to them. Or they don't know they're dead. But I think that's a special kind of fucked up in a category all by itself. The ghost I met knew they were a ghost, though. I didn't, but I'd obviously figure it out later on, and I'm changing the name because I think it would suck to hear a story retold that strongly resembled a significant point in my life. Let's say a guy crashes his blue Corolla, he dies, wife sells it. She hears a story about a haunted blue Corolla that was sold to them by a desperate widow in their hometown. For all intents and purposes, this ghost, his name was Tom. Now, we already have the kicker to the story that Tom was a ghost, but I was none the wiser when I'd met him, and almost every day for that school year, he'd walk me home after the school bus dropped me off. This was in 1991, and when I say the bus didn't drop me off anywhere close to my actual apartments, I'm saying that there was still a good 2 miles between me and my actual neighborhood. My bus driver's name was Miss Winder. That's her real name, and she could give a fuck less what happened to the kids once they got off the bus. The first time I met Tom, it was after the long Memorial Day weekend. That day, the bus dropped me off, and I started my walk home as usual. Then from behind me, I hear, "Hey, wait up." I'd always been the only person getting off the bus at that stop, and when I turned to see who was telling me to wait up, I saw a little boy running towards me, waving his arms. At first, I thought careless Miss Winder dropped off a kindergartner at the wrong stop again. Tom had light brown hair, brown eyes, and a slight gap in his front teeth that his smile wore with pride. My feet unintentionally slowed as the weight of pity became unbearable to hold. My change in speed allowed Tom to push his little legs fast enough to get next to me and introduce himself. It takes an extra long glance for me to conclude that I've never seen this kid before. I also noticed that he didn't have a backpack on. There weren't a lot of kids on the bus by the time it was my stop, and I was sure that I hadn't seen him on there. I told him my name, and then I asked what school he went to. The question lingered in the air for a moment as he tried to remember. Then I asked how old he was, and the answer he gave somewhat answered for him not knowing the name of his school. Tom said he was 5. I asked if he's in kindergarten or preschool. He said he didn't go to school anymore. No doubt that was a peculiar answer, but I was also a kid, so I didn't have any point of reference to understand how odd it was that he didn't go to school anymore. Anymore hinted that he'd previously gone, but no longer attended. I hadn't pressed the subject further because I was more concerned about being seen walking around with a kindergartner. That's where a 10-year-old's head goes when you see yourself as a mature and sophisticated adult comparatively. My irritation for the situation was the overwhelming sensation I felt coursing through my bones. I tried to make longer strides as I walked, but he kept pace. All the while, he'd ask me questions about my day, my family, the animals I had at home. It became difficult to maintain my irritation after the second or third walk that we had because those 2 miles were awfully lonely on my own. Tom always wanted to go exploring, take a new street, find another route home. We'd go our separate ways when we were just a few blocks from my apartments. As I would continue on the sidewalk, Tom would run off into the tree line that led into a dark wooded area behind an office park. He said his mom worked in one of the buildings in the complex. I asked, "Isn't there an easier way for you to get there?" But he said that he preferred going through the woods because it was quicker. I personally thought that forest was creepy as hell, and I'd always get the feeling that I was being watched when I'd walk by. Even on the sunniest days, the trees would block out the light, like window curtains. I'd always decline the offer when Tom asked me to follow him in. He'd say that he really wanted to show me something, but I was adamant about my disdain for spiders, and he couldn't promise that we wouldn't come across any. Tom wore the same clothes every day, but he was never dirty. I'll admit, most of our conversations revolved around me and what happened in my day. I wish that I would have asked him more about his life, but unfortunately the things we talked about couldn't alter the circumstances that were already in motion. There was less than a month left in the school year when Tom stopped showing up, and I didn't know how much I'd miss him. I felt it most when I'd walk by the strip of trees that I never let him show me. That guilt remained unnamed and clung to me in an emotional bond I couldn't wipe away. Then, one weekday morning, my dad's watching the news. For some reason, I can remember this scene like it was yesterday, because it messed with my head for years. I was eating Raisin Bran and waiting for the weather to see if I needed to bring a coat that day, when a picture of Tom comes on the screen. I blurted out, "That's Tom," before the news anchor could say his name. What they said next, though, I would have never been able to predict. Remains of the 5-year-old that went missing over Memorial Day weekend last year. Tom disappeared while at the state fair with his family. My heart sunk like rocks in water when they went to a live feed and a reporter was standing on the same sidewalk that I walk every day, standing just outside the woods behind the business park. She held a big microphone with a yellow 5 on it. Dawn had begun to change the sky, but the busy street held a stoic silence, like the world chose not to interrupt her as she read the breaking information. Tom's body was discovered, partially buried in a shallow grave 100 yards into the tree line. I bawled my eyes out when the segment finished. I couldn't believe they'd changed to traffic right after a story like that. Surely Tom deserved more than a 30-second synopsis on the local news, but that's how it stayed. There was no resolution, nothing I could have done to change what happened. I think Tom was trying to get me to find his body so he could move on, and for my own sanity, I'd like to think that that's why our walk stopped, because he was finally able to rest. This experience really affected me to the point of periodically checking on the case even to this day. Before I began writing this, I searched for anything new involving Tom's case. Sadly, his killer had never been found, and the case went cold years ago, with no follow-up. I've rationalized that there's only one source of solace that I stay fastened to. No matter what, there was nothing I could have done to save Tom. Those gears were already set in motion. The only thing I could have done is what I naturally did, and that was being company for a lonely ghost until they could go home. So I moved in with my first girlfriend, but I may have gotten in over my head. She believes in ghosts, horoscopes, psychics, all that stuff. I thought it was cute until she said she had a demonic spirit attached to her. And just to be clear, I didn't believe it, but I believed that she believed it. You see what I'm saying? As far as she's concerned, there's genuinely a demonic presence connected to her. Yet she chose to drop that bombshell on our first night living together. That's messed up either way, right? But I didn't want to fight, so I tried to avoid the subject entirely. It wasn't so bad when she explained what to do should she start sleepwalking or having a nightmare. But then she started talking about speaking Latin or walking around with a weapon. I'm sorry, what? No. We'd already been together for over a year. She'd never mentioned a word about any of this, yet now I had to worry about being attacked in my sleep. It felt like my life was in danger. But then 4 months went by and nothing happened. Our relationship was doing really well. And then I woke up to see her standing over me, 2 o'clock in the morning. She looked like a corpse, pale, stiff, and slack-jawed. I said her name, but she didn't react at all. She just kept looking down at me with a blank stare. Her eyes were cold and lifeless. It took me sitting her down and calling her name several times before she came around. Once she did, she had no memory of standing over me. We went back to sleep without ever really talking about it in detail. And 3 nights later, I woke up to Cassie having some kind of seizure. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head, and she convulsed for I don't know how long. I did everything as previously instructed, and she came around fairly quickly. She didn't talk about it to the extent I wanted, but she warned me the next few weeks might get intense. I really didn't know what to think. She isn't much for practical jokes, and she's definitely not the type to fake something for attention. Well, I didn't have long to wonder. A couple of nights later, I woke up to the sound of soft whimpers. It reminded me of when you try to scream in your dreams, but nothing comes out. I intended to wake her up, but her eyes were wide open, fixated to the ceiling, with a look of pure horror on her face. I followed her gaze, still half asleep myself, and I let out my own startled scream at the sight of a large black figure looming over us. Its head was nearly touching the ceiling as its long body stretched down to the floor on Cassie's side of the bed. I flailed around so hard that I fell onto the floor myself, taking the lamp with me. When I finally got a light on, we were alone in the room, but I know what I saw. It wasn't a dream. My girlfriend was still staring straight up where the figure had been, and she remained in an almost trance-like state until I pulled her upright. Once she snapped out of it, she began apologizing and crying. I felt helpless. On one hand, she clearly wasn't faking or mislabeling whatever had just happened. But I was a lifelong skeptic. What did all this mean? Once Cassie calmed down, I was able to think a little more clearly, and I searched the house, just in case someone was inside. They weren't. Not a single item was out of place, and the house remained locked tight. At that point, it was almost 4, so we just made coffee and stayed awake. But nothing else happened until later the following evening. We were watching a movie in the living room when a picture frame fell from the mantel and shattered. We don't have any pets. There was no air blowing or any draft. And that photo had been sitting there since the day we moved in, without issue. I wasn't ready to blame it on a demon quite yet, but Cassie was certain. Then, in the middle of discussing it, the bathroom door opened slowly by itself. It's an old house. Every door and floor creaks just a little different, and I recognized the sound before I saw it. Sure enough, it had opened all the way and came to a stop against the back wall. As we stared into the empty room, the lights began to flicker. I went towards it, but Cassie pulled me away, saying the best thing we could do was ignore it. Still, I can't just ignore something like that so easily. A few hours later, she'd fallen asleep watching YouTube, so I returned to the guest bathroom to find the door shut and the lights off. But we hadn't shut the door. Over the following week, we had a bunch of minor incidents like this, along with strange banging and other noises, but the thing that broke me happened closer to 2 weeks later. I was finishing a movie on the couch while Cassie slept. I suddenly began hearing voices. One belonged to my girlfriend, but she sounded almost childlike, pleading, while the other sounded completely inhuman. I couldn't make out any of the words it was saying. The voice was too low and distorted. If we had cameras, I would think that someone with a voice changer hacked us, but we don't have anything like that. Trust me, I know exactly how easy it is to write this stuff off as someone's inability to understand the range of a human's voice, but this was not a person, and it definitely was not my girlfriend. I ran to the bedroom to see another tall, hulking figure who was looming over her. I froze in the doorway. She was sitting up, leaning against the headboard and hugging her knees, sobbing. I could hear what they were saying now, but the demon's words weren't English. It was unlike any language I've ever heard. I've never seen someone so frightened, so desperate to escape. Cassie would have backed straight through the wall if the headboard wasn't in her way. I ran into the room on pure instinct and adrenaline, hitting the lights as I went. As they came on, the dark figure vanished into thin air, while I was knocked backwards as something collided with my shoulder. Before I could even process that, Cassie started calling my name, snapped me out of my stupor. It took a minute to calm her down. We stayed up for most of the night, and it was really hard for me to re-examine everything from a believer's perspective. It was like having 2 different people in my head, each arguing their own indisputable yet opposing facts. That was a few days ago now. Nothing else has happened, and I'm not allowed to talk about it anymore, lest it feeds the demon more energy. But I can't have this major shift in my belief system and just not talk about it, ever. If ignoring it is the only way to make it go away again, then I'd love to do just that. But I can't ignore it until I've come to terms with it first. Hopefully, this does that. I know there's people with similar experiences out there, and I hope this reaches some of you. Cassie would kill me if she found out I posted this, but what else could I do if she won't talk about it? There's a house a few doors down that's been sitting vacant for years. Now its decay has become an eyesore on our street and probably brings the house value of our own neighborhood down. It's one of the first things you see when you pull into our cul-de-sac. The house is in shambles from years of neglect. The yard's overgrown with tall grass and weeds. A large part of a tree had fallen through the roof long ago, and the house was never fixed. My dad used to golf with the man that lived there. Then one day, cop cars filled up our little dead-end road. All of us stood pressed against the window to watch my dad's golf buddy get let out in handcuffs. We'd later find out that he murdered his wife a few months prior. My dad had hung out with this man multiple times during those months. His name was Eric. I remember my dad was genuinely shook to the core about this. My dad said that when Eric's wife would get brought into the conversation, he talked proudly about all the plans he and his wife Rachel were attending to the following days. All the while, her body was stuffed into the hollow of an oak tree that touched their bedroom terrace. Same oak tree that set a branch through the ceiling years later. The HOA board that Rachel used to be a part of helped organize the funeral with the family. Everyone in the neighborhood showed up to pay their respects. The murder felt so out of nowhere. There had to be more to the story, but nobody had a bad word to say about Eric. It caught the whole community off guard. He was a 5-star dentist and a member of the church. Eric and Rachel were both held with high regard in the community. Now, everything had changed. The next HOA meeting would happen on a Sunday afternoon the following month. My dad would talk to a man named David. He'd been a mutual friend with Eric. David and Eric were close friends and worked at the church together. Out of everyone, David took the news the hardest. He was in denial that his friend could commit such atrocities. David would actually visit Eric in prison, if only to get some closure. All David wanted was for his friend to say he didn't do it. He was looking for any sign of hope that his friend wasn't the monster everyone thought he was. But I don't think the story David told my dad gave anyone any sort of peace of mind. David said that when he went into the visitation area, he was on a phone behind glass. The guards led Eric into the room. He'd lost a lot of weight, and the dark rings around his eyes, it led David to believe he wasn't doing too well in his new conditions. When Eric saw David, however, he smiled a big, joyful smile, almost a creepy smile, at David. Given the circumstances, he thought Eric would be acting as somber and exhausted as he looked. But when David picked up his end of the phone, his voice was chipper. Eric told David that he was hopeful about his release. In the same positive tone, Eric fully admits to murdering his wife. David asks, why? Eric explains that his actions were forced upon him by a higher power. Since Eric's childhood, he said that angels in blue light would visit him, describing them as 3 tall, magnificent beings in white robes. They had large black eyes that he could see his reflection in when they got close. These beings visited Eric multiple times throughout his adolescence. He'd be woken up by a large orb of blue light that would float into his room, divide itself into 3 separate orbs. Then those orbs would stretch into angels in his room. This even happened once when Eric had a friend stay the night in his room. No matter what Eric did, He couldn't wake him up until they were gone, and the blue glow had finally extinguished from the room. On his later encounter, they implanted a triangular chip into the back of his neck. David would confirm that Eric did have a triangular scar, about the size of a dime, on the back of his neck. Eric had shaved his head while incarcerated, and the nape of his neck was no longer hidden by hair. The skin, according to David, it looked raised, like a new tattoo, but with no ink. Could he have done this right before seeing David? No, because David's visit was a surprise to Eric, and he didn't say any of this in his defense. He pleaded guilty. The angels had made a pact with Eric, never to speak of their interactions until he fulfilled his duty to God. During most of these angel visits, they'd enter his room. Their warm light would fill him with a euphoric calm. They'd float to his bed, scan the chip, then leave. But sometimes, these angels would tell Eric that he needed to prove himself to God in order to earn his place with them in the blue light. This test by God was ordered at 4 different times of Eric's life. Sacrifice what you love most to demonstrate your loyalty. When he was 5, he could barely understand what they meant, but to the best of his knowledge, under the presence of their influence, he grabbed his favorite book from the shelf next to his bed, The Tiger Who Came to Tea. His mom would read it to him every night until he'd fall asleep. I remembered that name because I had the same exact book in my bedroom when I heard this story. The angels gave Eric a sign of approval and left after he'd torn the pages of the book and thrown them around his room. The next morning, he watched his mother cry. He couldn't tell her why he'd done it, so he said, "I don't know." He thought their relationship changed a little bit after that. The second was his hamster. The third was his grandmother. In his teenage years, his mother had passed away, and he was finally old enough to escape his father's alcoholism and abuse. His grandmother helped him graduate and apply for all the scholarships to get into college. The night before he left, they showed up. Eric then casually admits to David another murder he committed for these angels. He explains how he smothered her with a pillow, then made it look like she had died in her sleep before he left for college. His final test, number 4, was Rachel. Eric felt no guilt, no shame, or understanding of what he'd done. At the end of their conversation, he even tells David that the angels in blue will soon retrieve him from these walls. David hangs up the phone, and he can't help but cry because he knew that was the last time he was going to hear Eric's voice on the phone. Eric stands up with a grin, but as he's being led away, he notices David's tears, and he gives him a confused look, like he doesn't understand why David would be upset. But he's quickly turned and pushed out by a guard. Out of respect for the family and to deter any vandals thinking of destroying that house, visiting the neighborhood, etc., names have been changed. But this story and that house are 100% real existing lore we have in our neighborhood. A story we'd all much rather forget than embrace, but happened nonetheless. The housing market right now is tough as it is. I'm sure as hell not going to be able to sell this property if people know what happened a few doors down. I had a restraining order placed against my first husband after we divorced. His threats made me afraid for my life, and I was terrified he'd return someday to kill me. Robbie was a bad man. His Christian attitude was a mask to hide his toxic behavior. Only at home would he feel comfortable extending his full wrath if I were to displease him. Months went by and I thought my nightmare was over and I could start moving on. My friends that didn't have him blocked on social media told me that he moved out of state. A year would go by with no contact. I began to let my guard down. thinking he'd moved on from me. Unfortunately, I was wrong. Even after I'd sold the house and moved, he still managed to find me. The house I purchased from the sale was a smaller house on larger property. Living by myself, I had no use for extra rooms that I'd rarely use, but I did enjoy having no neighbors. I was able to purchase all of it for less than what my house sold for. I was able to furnish everything exactly how I liked, and I even had a little put in my savings. The first week living there full-time, I tried to ignore the jitters new surroundings can present. The settling of an unfamiliar house, it took some getting used to. But the more I unpacked, the more it felt like home. It took longer than expected to get the last box fully sorted. I spent the first few months using them as tables. Moving always gives perspective to what items you thought necessary to survive day to day. It became more of an aesthetic task since I wasn't expecting visitors. It was the 4th of July and I was working at a bank. A male coworker asked me out to watch fireworks, and I decided to try my hand at being friends with another human. I wasn't looking for anything romantic, and I let it be known. He was respectful, and I enjoyed getting out to see the fireworks. The city council hosts a big show in the middle of town every year to celebrate the 4th of July and New Year's. I was really enjoying my new life. When he drives me home and we pull down my driveway, I notice a light in my attic is on. From what I remembered, the lights were off. I've only been up there a handful of times to put boxes away, but I surely would have noticed the octagon window glowing above the front door sooner. I didn't let my coworker know how uneasy I was feeling when he dropped me off. I didn't want to invite him inside and ask for his help in any way. When I got out, he didn't get out to walk me to the door. We said our goodbyes in the car, and he backed out right after I shut his door. My porch light was off. Another light I could have sworn I knew the positioning of. When I left that afternoon, I mindfully turned it on, knowing I'd be coming home late. I fumble to get my keys in the door. When I get it open, I flip the switch to the porch light, and it blinks on again. So it didn't burn out. Turning around to face the living room, I can also see down my hallway that leads to the bedroom and bathroom. The hallway is also where the entrance to the attic is, via a pull-down ladder. Not being a dumb lady, I have a conceal and carry permit, and regularly practiced my shot. It was a good hobby for a single woman to pick up living on her own. After checking my immediate surroundings, I made a sprint to the bedroom to get the pistol. Then I went from room to room, checking to see if anything was out of place. But everything was as I'd left it earlier that day. Turning my attention toward the attic, I yanked down the trap door, but the ladder didn't fall down. It felt like it was stuck. It took 3 good pulls before the door released, sliding the ladder down with such speed that it chipped the wood floor beneath it. Before I make the slow climb up the ladder, I point my gun at the lit opening and wait to see if anyone pops their head out. I had my finger on the trigger. I was prepared to shoot anything that moved, including an unlucky raccoon. I didn't care. Anything that moved was going straight to God. I climbed the wooden ladder and poked my head inside the attic. There's no one up there, but what I do see still puts me on high alert. All the boxes I'd stored up there had been knocked down. All that was inside now laid in piles on the ground of the attic. A raccoon could have definitely gotten in there and done this. I reasoned this with myself, looking at the mess as more frustrating than scary. I fully pull myself up into the attic to see if anything's been damaged before turning off the light. Giving the piles a close inspection, I tried to ignore the fact that it looked like the boxes were tipped completely upside down, not just pushed over. Old pictures of Robbie and I scattered on the ground. Halloween costumes and holiday decorations looked like they'd been thrown around the attic. The space is a big open area. It would have been easy to see if anyone was hiding up there, because there's nothing to hide behind. When I climb back down the ladder, I can reach the cord for the light, and I tug it off before stepping down the rungs. The ladder reclines back up, and just as the trapdoor seals off the attic, I hear loud, stomping footsteps above me. I'm now officially completely scared, even with a gun in my hand. I called the police and waited outside until they could do a more thorough job checking the house. They didn't find anyone. I told them about my restraining order, but all they could do was have me call back if anything else happened. That night, I slept with the phone in one hand and my gun in the other. But the rest of the night was quiet. The morning, however, I woke up to the smell of cigarette smoke. It was the strongest when I walked into the kitchen. I don't smoke. Haven't smelled a smell like that since I stopped living with Robbie. Once more, I retrieve my gun and walk from room to room, checking every inch of the house. All the doors and windows were still locked tight, and again, nothing was out of place. I called in sick to work that day, paranoid that Robbie had found me and he was going to kill me. I spent most of the morning looking out my window at the far, narrow exit of my property. I called my friend and asked her if Robbie's been on social media lately. I explained what's going on, and while we're on the phone together, she uses an account that he hasn't blocked her on. She starts by going, on the phone, and I start asking what? Terrified that she found a recent post like, off to kill my ex or something like that. But what she tells me leaves me equally as speechless. Holy shit, she says. Robbie died last week. There's a whole bunch of comments on his page saying, "We'll miss you, can't believe this happened, rest in peace," but none of them explain how he died. More research led to an obituary. It was true. Robbie was really gone. After we hung up, something came over me, and I was struck with such strong emotions. I just stood in my kitchen and cried. I knew it was him. Robbie had visited me to say goodbye, and even in death, he tried to scare me. He's never visited since. I'm sure he's in hell now. In a strange way, I like to think I got a sense of closure from it. The feeling of being terrified, unconfident, uncertain. It was the same way I felt all those years we were together. But this reminded me that now I'm a stronger person than who I was. I was married to an alcoholic who was abusive when drinking and a pussycat all other times. He'd been sober for about a year and a half at this time. I had a 1-year-old daughter and recently had given birth to my son, an extreme preemie at 26 weeks, 1 pound, 13 ounces. He was obviously in the hospital, the NICU at a major Boston hospital. We lived 35 to 45 minutes from there, so daily visits weren't possible. I'd been informed that my son had developed a very serious bacterial infection, but they hadn't been able to identify the bacteria, and so far, the antibiotics weren't working. I was told that his chances of making it were not good. I felt so helpless. I couldn't get in there to see him for another day, so I just hoped that he would hang on until then. My husband was working 2 jobs, so it left just me and our little 1-year-old. My little one went down for a nap. I knew that she'd be asleep for a couple of hours, so I decided to see what was in the attic of the double-decker we were renting. There was an old stairwell ladder hooked on the ceiling just outside of the apartment, so I brought it down and went up there. There wasn't much. A couple of old lamps, some broken furniture, and a huge chimney. When I went around the chimney, there was a tiny room with the name Richard spelled out in rope across the top of the entry. I went in and found a few children's chairs, a table, some toys, a record player, and a box with various things in it. There was a small, flat, blue box. I opened it, and inside was a tiny, miraculous medal, a swatch of hair, and a fabric name band that had handwriting that said, Baby Boy R. Some scribbles that looked like it might have been the weight, the height, and the birth date. These were all the exact same as my son's, but 50 years earlier. It kind of freaked me out, so I grabbed the box and its contents, and I went back downstairs. I didn't think about it again until that night. Baby girl is asleep. Dad is at work. I wake up, and it's 2 or 3 in the morning, and I see a light shining in the kitchen. I figured I must have left the light on in the living room. So I get up and start to go through the kitchen. Just then, the baby wakes up, so I grab her before I go down to the living room. When I get to the dining room, I think the light might be from the full moon, as it isn't as bright as it seemed before. I go into the living room, and it is indeed moonlight. Sitting at the bay window seat is a man, well, a silhouette of one. I can see that his hair is almost to his shoulders, and it looks kind of gray. He's wearing a plaid flannel shirt, blue and white, and jeans. I can't see his face because his feet aren't in the moonlight. I'm not afraid, but my baby starts crying. I remember the box, and I say to him, if you're here to help us, help my baby, that's great, but you're scaring this little one. So, if you can keep helping, I'd appreciate it, but don't show yourself when the baby's around. With that, he disappeared, and so did the moonlight. It was so abrupt that I went over to the window to look for the moon. No moon and a clear sky. Just then, the phone starts ringing in the kitchen, so I go to answer it. It's the hospital. They're telling me that they found out what the bacteria was, and they were giving him 3 different antibiotics. The fever was coming down, and it looks like he'll make it. And he did. He definitely made it. I do have other experiences living in that rental, but this is the best one. How do I start this without triggering the kiddos? I was highly considering sleeping forever right off the tallest bridge that I could ride my bike to a few months ago. I was in a really dark spot in my life. I still am, but now I'm able to look at it from a different perspective. Slightly more hopeful rather than pessimistic. I'm a firm believer that life is what you make it. Like a ball of clay, the possibilities of what it could be are endless. Its quality represented only in the effort its potter has invested. To say life is what you make it ignores circumstances and all it involves. It's true. Each one of us are handed a piece of clay, but as we mold, groove, and smooth these blocks with time, we begin to notice that the mineral composition of our clay is vastly different from our neighbors. The effort it took one person to create their ceramic bowl of life is primarily reliant on the quality of clay they're working with, and additional support from tools. This past year, I've been feeling like the clay I was handed has recently hardened and crusted from neglect. About 5 years ago, I essentially abandoned my friend group, not from a dramatic falling out. I just didn't care anymore. I just started my internship at a tattoo shop, and in order to impress my mentor, I needed to go above and beyond. My mentor was also a female, meaning that although I'd never degrade my artistic worth by exposing some cleavage for a job, this option was now completely off the table. Mostly off the table. She didn't give me that curious vibe, so I mentally put the option off the table. I had to take this seriously, and I couldn't be hungover or showing up to work. I needed to increase my gallery of work. Besides doing little pieces here and there for my portfolio, my lifestyle was no longer in sync with the friends I'd grown up with. At the end of the first year, I got a permanent chair at the shop. I moved closer to work, and it was only one town away, but it still felt symbolic amongst the girl group. They and I were no longer going to be walking distance from each other. Our bond was severed with well-intention. I know it affected them more than it did me, because I knew they didn't understand what it was like to have a dream. Otherwise, they'd be doing the same thing in pursuit of theirs. It feels pretentious to say this, but it's true. You either find a passion worth giving your life to, or you watch passively on the sidelines until the game is over. I left in 2020, right after COVID lifted. 3 years passed by, so 2023, none of my friends reach out anymore, understandably. They know I would have given them a sorry girl to whatever they invited me to. Looking on social media from time to time, I see that they haven't strayed from their usual routine of drinking. I become depressed, not because I missed my old life, but because I don't feel like this one has started yet. The traction I was hoping to get with my permanent position hasn't been enough for me to comfortably afford rent, bills, or food. It's the most alone I've ever felt in my life. I was losing purpose, and one night, after an especially draining session with one of the rudest clients I've ever worked with, I was all done. I passed the gas station while my car was on empty. It had long enough to get me home, and I didn't plan on driving it the next day. When I pulled into an apartment complex, I took my bike lock key off my lanyard and left the rest of my keys on the seat. I didn't even go inside. I unlocked the bike and rode for miles, spiraling in negative thoughts up until I got to the bridge. This bridge is tall. It used to be a section of a railroad that was abandoned and repurposed. It looks off a deep river and evergreen forest. I left my bike at the bottom of the stairs and began to climb these stairs that led to the trail up the tracks. I can hear water splashing against rocks in the distance. I keep thinking, okay, this is it. Here I go. I'm really doing this. I do this on repeat until I make it to the actual bridge. The rushing water is loud, and I feel my stance weaken in stride, almost subconsciously pulling me back. I pick the left side of the tracks because the wind isn't blowing my hair in my face. I've come all this way, miles and miles from my home, set on doing this. But as I'm hyping myself up, there's an earth-shaking roar that sends me backwards in shock. I stay frozen where I landed. The sound is enough to shake the birds out of the trees, a sight I've only seen in movies. And then I hear a second guttural screech before the original thing roaring joins in the screaming match. There are 2, maybe 3 big creatures fighting somewhere close by. I think it came from across the train tracks, just like my side. Besides the open bridge above the river, I'm on a dark wooded trail. The sounds of breaking rocks, tree branches, and presumably bones, they were all heard with disturbing clarity. Eventually, one of the creatures had clearly gained the upper hand in the combat, and having to listen as the other lost was the most unsettling, terrible thing I've ever heard. Shrill octaves forever burned into my eardrum. I hadn't dared to move yet. The commotion sounded just across the train tracks. It was a 20-yard dash from end to end. I couldn't move even if I wanted to. More noises started echoing from the other side of the bridge. This time, what I was hearing wasn't the sound of monsters fighting. Something large was being dragged through the gravel, accompanied by 2 very heavy footsteps, and they were walking my way. It walked in a 1-2, 1-2 pattern. I don't know of any animal that walks in a 2-step pattern while holding its prey. I also wasn't trying to find out. My legs suddenly got strength, and I bolted. I didn't want to see what was going to come across those tracks. I sprinted through the pitch-black forest until I reached the bottom of the stairs. It didn't sound like I was being chased, but that didn't stop me from jumping on my bike and pedaling out of there the fastest I've ever pushed a bike. During the 2.5 miles of forest I had to breach before entering civilization, I rode at Tour de France speeds, last day finish line behavior. When I got to my apartment, I was absolutely physically exhausted. I had a headache from dehydration, but as I flopped onto my couch, something came over me, and I couldn't help myself but to laugh until I was in tearful hysterics about all of the insanity I'd just experienced. I went there feeling at my absolute most depressed, to the most scared and confused I've been in my life. I'm honestly traumatized by it. I can't believe that's the thing that stopped me from going through with what I'd gone there to do. I called the shop and took a couple mental health days where I had time to talk to a therapist. Talking to someone really does help. I also had time to sit and reflect, and philosophically speaking, if I'm living up to my own words, I've got a passion that's worth giving my life to, and I'm not going to leave the game midway through. If my dad taught me anything before having an affair and leaving the family, it was this: play until the end. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and you'll never know if you don't try. I wish that didn't oddly coincide with his infidelities, but it also did with mine, and I'm making it mine. Life is absurd, so try to laugh more while experiencing existence. I don't know if this constitutes as a wild AA story, but I wouldn't have it if it weren't for AA, so here goes. Obviously, names have been changed. Attending my Thursday meetings, there were a few regulars that I got to know. Gail was an older woman with box-dyed black hair and a different Slipknot shirt for every day of the week. In her 20s, she was selling sex and drugs for a local biker gang in Nevada. Some of the stories that she shared at our meetings would make even the most hardened addicts blush. If Gail could live her insane life and turn it around, there was hope for any of us that walked through those doors. No matter how down and out they were, Gail probably had a story just a little bit worse, just a little more tragic. I know she was probably a raging narcissist, right? That's what I thought too. But she had receipts to back up every claim. Knife wounds, bullet wounds, a criminal rap sheet, and a scar on her leg she received from a branding iron that looked like an X with a half circle around it. She was the real deal, and man, could she tell a good story. Gail, despite her abrasive presence, still managed to have the brightest, most welcoming presence in the room. I looked forward to attending meetings because I enjoyed listening to her speak. She made you feel warm, even in the wintertime. However, the stories she would share during our smoke breaks were some of my favorites. She didn't have to hold back then. She could glorify these experiences all she wanted, and she had some insane experiences. Not just from when she was using, but from the days that she was sober and still working the streets. The story I'm sharing isn't one of Gail's trials and triumphs. It wasn't even one that she told everyone in a meeting. It was one of those coveted outside smoking a cigarette stories. And this time, she was telling me about her days as a high-class escort in Vegas. She was one of 3 girls that the bikers would present to only their top clients. Millionaires with drug habits, celebrities or mafia men, rich evangelical preachers with mega churches in Texas. Gail made bank doing what she did, and she was treated nicely as well. Clients paying in the thousands aren't usually the type to be violent. It also helped that she was driven to the location and picked up by a black Escalade filled with gang members waiting in the parking lot. An added fee for both Gail's and the client's safety. They would remain completely undisturbed unless Gail gave the signal from the window of the hotel. There was always the risk that they could kill her before the gang made it up to the room, but Gail never worried about the small stuff like that. One day her pimp gathers the girls together and asks if any of them could pass a drug test right now. Gail's the only one that raises her hand. She just so happened to have lost custody of her kid and had to be clean for 6 months before she could fight the courts to get him back. The kid's story, now that was a sad one that she did share in a meeting. Gail relapsed before she could regain custody of her son, and he'd be shipped off to his uncle with cancer in Baltimore. Yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to keep going on that one. Let's just say something happens and her son never makes it to Baltimore, and Gail enters the darkest period of her life. But again, rewind, sorry. Gail must have affected me more than I knew. Maybe after this I'll write her memoir. But for now, I came to tell you the story and I'll get back to it. Pretend you hear the sound of a VHS tape rewinding. Gail, a young, bubbly, high-dollar escort, the only hooker with a raised hand after her pimp Travis asks if there's any recent drug use. She was clean for 3 months. Travis takes Gail out and dresses her in the nicest things, gets her hair and nails done, a new pair of heels for her client that night. She's told that he's an international visitor from Europe, that he insists on his escorts being narcotic-free. She'd be meeting him in a suite at the top of the Flamingo. When the elevator doors opened up, Gail saw 2 security guards standing outside the door. Apparently, they were almost as tall as the door they were guarding. From the way their clothing hung, it was clear they weren't adorned with bulging muscles, like the regular goons Gail was used to seeing. But the 2 men standing there were equally menacing in their own right. Both wore matching black suits, dark circular sunglasses, and bowler hats. Neither of the men say a word to her as she exits the elevator. They stay completely silent as Gail's frisked, and every pocket and crevice she has is checked. Then, one security guard beeped the walkie-talkie on his shoulder twice, and the suite doors opened up. Gail's seen close to every penthouse suite, rooftop mansion, golf course, luxury Las Vegas can offer. It wasn't the suite that had her stumbling on her heels when she walked inside the double doors. In the living room area, the couch had been slid up against the wall, and the large, thick rug that was usually under the couch was rolled up in the corner as well. Where the rug should be is now 4 big blue plastic tarps taped together, covering the living room floor up to the walls. Directly in the middle of the tarp is a hospital bed and an IV and other tubes hooked up to a medical device. The sight made her stop. She wasn't but a few steps into the door, but then she tried to backpedal. She bumped into her client. Gail jumps away in fright, landing onto the blue tarp. The man that was standing behind her walls forward from the dark entryway to better reveal himself under the small chandelier that had decorated the living room. In a thick German accent, he apologized for the scare and introduces himself as Elijah. Being on the floor for her first sight of this man, she describes him from the ground up. He's dressed nicely. He wore expensive loafers under black business pants and a dark cardigan. He was handsome, looked to be in his 40s. He wore the same dark circular sunglasses as his security did. He extends a hand to help Gail up. She accepts his gesture, and the blue tarp loudly crinkles as she stands. The first thing Gail asked Elijah is, "Are you going to murder me?" To her relief, he says no. Her next question is if the doctor setup was a kink and if she's playing the nurse or patient. Elijah casted her as the patient in their little scenario they'd be playing that night. Gail's ushered to the gurney, and she approaches it with noticeable hesitation, but hops on. Elijah's quiet as he straps her arms down. Gail thinks it's weird his face hasn't changed expressions during this. He wasn't getting turned on by what was happening. His lack of enthusiasm started making her feel a little self-conscious. As crazy as this was, she would have much preferred a psychopath that was actually, into it. Elijah looked uninterested in Gail and mainly focused on plugging in medical equipment, tapping IV drips. Along with her arms and legs, her forehead was also strapped down tightly to the gurney bed. In situations like these, Gail was taught to never make the client feel bad and just be cool, unless it's a do-or-die situation. So Gail just smiles and says that she's just hoping that whatever he plans on them doing, they get it over quick. With her head strapped in, Gail's line of vision is basically straight up into the chandelier. She can hear Elijah quietly walking around her. Beside her, a bag is unzipped. Then, Elijah appears over her with a syringe. Seeing this in his hand, Gail starts sweating. She tries to hide the tremble in her voice as she lets out a playful laugh and asks, "What's the big needle for, Doc?" Elijah responds and finally tells her what exactly he had planned for the night. He tells Gail that the needles are to extract blood from the jugular vein in her neck. Tears grew in her eyes. Gail knew that she was completely helpless. "Why?" she asks. Elijah tells her, no more talking. It will wiggle the needle once it's in her throat. Then a poke of pain radiates into Gail's neck and down her shoulder. She can feel the needles gone under her skin, jabbed into her neck with lightning accuracy. A scream builds up in her chest, but Gail knows if she screams, the needle could possibly go deeper into her neck and do more damage. She didn't know what she was hooked up to. All she could see was the chandelier above her. A machine near her head starts beeping and buzzing. Gail can feel the blood being pulled from her veins. Her shoulder muscles begin to ache. Soon she starts to feel overwhelmingly woozy. Gail tells Elijah, "You're taking too much blood. Please, I think I'm dying." In her blurry vision, she can see Elijah appear over her again. He tells her she's not dying. He's not taking all of her blood. Through her growing headache, Gail can barely manage the pain. The straps make it impossible to squirm, and she's grinding her teeth until one of her molars breaks in her mouth. Eventually, it's all too much, and Gail blacks out. When she wakes up, her setting is completely different from what she remembered. She's disoriented, especially when she finds herself in a real bed this time, still in the suite at the Flamingo. Now awake, lying in the bedroom. Gail was weak from the loss of blood, and she was shocked to see only an hour had passed since she'd arrived. Elijah was standing underneath the doorframe of the room, staring at Gail, waiting for her to wake up. Under the covers, she pats her body. Aside from her shoes being removed, she was fully clothed. The bed was comfortable and clean. Elijah, seeing that she's up, quickly leaves the doorway and returns with a platter in his hands. He tells Gail, "You're going to like this." The fog wears off and reality sets back in. Where she is, what's going on. Again, it brings her to tears. When Elijah approaches the bed with the platter, she can hear metal sliding around, echoing in the dome container. He sets the platter on her lap, removes the lid to show a plate with 3 large chocolate chip and banana pancakes. The metal that she heard clinking around was a fork and knife. Gail says that they were the best pancakes she's ever had. Elijah leaves her to eat alone in the bedroom. When she's done, Gail gets out of bed, still weak, but able to stand on her own without holding a wall. As Gail exits the bedroom, Elijah's nowhere to be found. She doesn't look around for him. Instead, she runs through the living room, avoiding the gurney and medical equipment that's still set up. When Gail gets to the entryway, she grabs her purse and runs out the suite doors. She didn't turn around until she reached the elevator, and when she did look to see if anyone was after her, she saw that the security guards were also vacant from the hallway. The elevator doors closed. Next time they opened was in the lobby of the Flamingo. As the doors slid aside, she was met with the noise and chatter of the gaming floor. She tried to walk with as much composure as she had, as to receive the least amount of attention as possible. There were no mirrors in the bedroom. She had no clue what her appearance was like as she re-entered the public. Getting outside, she hurried to the parking lot where her ride was waiting. When she got in, she locked the doors and broke down in tears again. The men in the car asked what happened, preparing to go back up there. Gail tells them everything that happened, including the pancakes. One of the men still thinks that Elijah needs to be threatened, but Travis, who's sitting next to Gail in the back seat, tells the men to shut up. Then he tells the other man to drive. During the drive home, Gail feels a hole in her neck. It's tender to the touch. She asks Travis who those people were at the Flamingo, showing him the puncture wound. Everyone's quiet in the truck as they listened for Travis to answer. He'd been the point of contact for this arrangement. Travis inhaled. He knew in the truck with him were 3 of his closest confidants. Not to sound crude, but to use proper terminology when I say Gail was Travis's bottom bitch, his main girl. He owed it to her to tell the truth. Travis starts by explaining how he met the German client selling guns. Elijah contacted him later, telling Travis that he was coming to the States for a few days to personally pick up the guns, along with a leisure visit to gamble. He then makes one more request of Travis before disconnecting the call, asking Travis if any of his escorts have clean blood and that he'll pay high dollar for one. Needless to say, Travis is a bit taken aback by the question. Elijah can sense it on the phone, and he quickly follows it up by saying, "I'm not going to kill the girl. I'm not a sadist. Warm blood is a refreshing change from the sealed packs they bring while traveling." The man in the front passenger seat asks, "What does that mean?" And Travis says, "Elijah drinks the blood." Gail asks why, and he says he doesn't know. All he knows is that he was paying over $1,000 for a pint of her blood. He looks at Gail, and trying to be sweet, he says, "I didn't know anything else other than you were going to be okay in the end, and that's what's the most important part." Sure, Travis, sure. Well, fast forward to the present or later. A month after the Flamingo, Gail relapses, gets picked up by the cops, turns informant, and sends a couple members of the biker gang to jail. Then she moves to where she is now, far, far away from Las Vegas. Please do not try this, ever. Knowing what I know now, this is probably one of the most idiotic things I've done. I not only put myself in danger, but also my family and friends. Also, this happened about 15 years ago, so I'll relay all that my memory serves me. I'm no longer in contact with the friends this story involves, so forgive me if I forget details. Anyway, when I was younger, a teenager, I was obsessed with the paranormal. My high school buddies and I thought that it would be a great idea to get stoned in my parents' garage and construct a Ouija board. It was after school one afternoon when we implemented our plan. We arrived at my parents' house and got right to work finding supplies to make the board. And if I remember correctly, we found an old shot glass to use as a planchette. We decided to ask the most provoking questions that you could think of. Everything the internet told us not to ask, whatever was on the other side. But we wanted a big response. We wanted something crazy to happen. We got a response almost instantly, and we each thought that the others were moving the planchette to mess with each other. But we soon found out that it was real. I believe that I was the one asking most of the questions. I remember asking, "When did you die?" The planchette moved to the numbers we scrawled on the board. The exact year escapes me, but it was sometime in the late 1980s. I know I asked the spirit's name, but I can't remember the name, so we'll just call the spirit Robert. Robert would not disclose how he died, although he did say that his favorite band was Nirvana, which is relevant later. We had a classic rock mix playing in the background, and he seemed to enjoy this. Unfortunately, I don't remember most of the conversation, but I do remember we didn't say goodbye when the session concluded. That night, my friends left except for one who stayed the night. We'll call her Jane. For this part, I'll need to describe the layout. It was an old house with a weird setup. When you enter through the front door, there was a medium-sized living room with a huge bay window facing the street. Going further into the house, on the left was the kitchen. Beyond that was a glass door, behind which was a sort of family room. And then the backyard, which led to the garage. Jane and I were chilling in the kitchen later that night, and we were seated at the kitchen table. Jane was sitting with her back towards the glass door that leads to the family room, and I was facing her and the door. We were chatting quietly as my family was sleeping. She was talking, and as I was looking at her, something behind her caught my eye. The glass door was cracked open, but it was slowly opening, wider and wider. As soon as I pointed at the door and she turned to look, it slammed shut very forcefully. It was so damn loud I was sure my parents would wake up and that we'd be in trouble. But no one woke up or yelled at us to be quiet. We got so freaked out, we quickly retreated to my room, past the front living room. We talked in my room for quite some time, and nothing else weird happened until we went to sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange, low, scratching noise. At first, I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. I don't think that Jane woke up. So I got up, and I tried to decipher where the sound was coming from. Finally, I realized it was coming from my closet. The door was closed, and I knew there was nothing in there that should be making that noise. The only pet we had in the house was an old border collie, and he slept in my parents' room at the end of the hall. I jumped back into bed and threw the covers over my head, and I tried to ignore the sounds coming from the closet. I don't know how long it took for me to go back to sleep, or even if I did, but the next thing I knew, it was morning, and Jane had to go back home later that day. We decided to go to the garage to smoke, and the air felt so heavy as soon as we stepped inside, like we shouldn't be in there, even though we chilled in the garage countless times before. We went back in the house, sat on the couch in the living room instead. We were either talking or watching TV, but I think at that point I went into some sort of trance. Jane told me later that I suddenly stopped responding to her, and that I wasn't moving even though my eyes were open. The only thing I remember before coming to was the feeling of the back of the couch sinking in. I felt as though I was being slowly sucked into the couch, and my back felt so hot. It was like there was a fire getting closer and closer to my back. Then, right before I snapped out of it, I felt hands on me, like they were trying to grab me and pull me even further into the couch. I know it might sound dumb, but I thought I was being pulled into hell. I'm aware that there's no demonic portals in my parents' couch that leads to hell, but I swear to you, this is what it felt like. When I finally snapped out of it, Jane was looking at me with a look of concern on her face, and I felt like I was having a panic attack. I can't remember much after that, but her parents arrived to pick her up short after, and she left. That night, I was absolutely terrified to sleep in my room. So, being the dumbass I am, I decided I'd crash on the hell couch with the TV on all night. I didn't think I'd sleep, but at some point I must have fallen asleep. I don't know what time it was when I suddenly woke up with a jolt. The TV I know for a fact I left on was now turned off. In its reflection, I could see the bay window slightly illuminated by the streetlight outside. Then I noticed it, a figure standing behind me, so tall it touched the ceiling, its head and neck craned down to stare at me. It was so black that it was darker than anything else in the room, and it was motionless. I just feigned to still be sleeping. I don't remember slipping back into a slumber, but just like the previous night, before I knew it, it was morning. I decided to take a shower. Upon undressing, I noticed my side was sore and hurting pretty bad. When I took off my shirt, I looked, and there were deep scratches in the shape of the Nirvana logo. That wonky smiley face. At that point, I knew Robert wasn't just a spirit. This was a demon. I don't know why I never told my parents what was going on, but one day my dad, who didn't believe in the paranormal, told me that he was taking a shower, when all of a sudden the faucet turned on its own, and the water got so hot, so suddenly, it scalded him. Now I was pissed. I had allowed a demon to mess with my family. I promised myself I'd never mess with a Ouija board, or even be around one ever again. I begged a Catholic friend of mine to come over and bless the house and the garage. She agreed and brought a bunch of supplies for the blessing. Afterwards, we disposed of the board and we prayed. Nothing happened in that house ever again, and we ended up moving a couple years later. As an adult, I'm a Christian, and I've still had experiences with the paranormal after this story, but now I know I'm protected and how to rid demonic energy from my life. I apologize if this ending is a little anticlimactic, but thanks for listening. And please, be very cautious when dealing with things we don't fully understand. It could have disastrous consequences. I'm sure everyone says this, but I want to preface my story by saying that I try to be as rational and as logical as I can be in everything that I do. I wouldn't attribute something to the paranormal if I thought there would be a rational explanation. That being said, I've always had a fascination with the paranormal. Here are some of my, what I believe to be, paranormal experiences. The first was when I was about 10 years old. My family and I went to stay with my dad's sister and her family for Easter. Before my aunt and uncle split up, they lived in a very large, very old, almost mansion-like house. I loved this house, even though it often made me feel uneasy. One night when my extended family were in the kitchen playing board games, I opted to stay in the living room and watch TV. My family are all quite a bit older than me, and I often got bored sitting around with all the adults. I was channel hopping and generally zoning out when a noise startled me. The handle to the living room door was rattling. I quickly turned and the rattling stopped. I went to the door and opened it, expecting to see one of my brothers tearing down the corridor to the kitchen, but there was nobody there. The corridor was dark, lit only by the light that leaked out from around the kitchen door. I returned to the couch, a little perturbed but otherwise okay. A few minutes later, the rattling started again, this time more urgently. I quickly got up and sprinted to the door. For a moment, the rattling stopped. Then, to my horror, the handle began to turn, slowly but surely. I don't know how I found the courage to do so, but I ripped open the door while the handle was still turning, ready to scream at whoever was teasing me. The corridor was empty. I've considered several explanations, from the wind to a mini earthquake, but nothing explains how the handle started turning, as if someone was on the other side. My next experience, it took place in my family's home. I was about 15 and going through a phase of staying up late every night. Before my dad died, he ran several brass bands in the local area and often came home late at night. He'd always wind down with some TV before going to bed, but he'd always forget to put the headphones in. This night was no different. I was sitting reading on my bed, and I started to hear the muffled sound of the TV beneath my feet. I don't know if I was in a bad mood or something, but it made me really mad that night. I threw my book down, stormed down the stairs, flung open the living room door, and pitch black. The room was pitch black and dead silent. My heart started pounding. Had I imagined it? But I hadn't. As I shut the door and started to walk back up the stairs, the sound started up again. It sounded like a conversation, but no matter how hard I strained to hear what was being said, the voices remained distorted. I didn't sleep a wink that night. This last experience, it also occurred in my house. I was about 17 and settling in for bed at about 3 a.m. I was lying in bed, about to sleep, when I realized I needed to go to the bathroom. Absolute pain, but I dragged myself up nonetheless. As I go to open my door, I'm hit by a sudden sense of dread. Something's telling me not to go out into the landing. As I try to steady my breathing, I hear something outside my door. A slow, steady step going up the stairs. The stairs in my house are ridiculously creaky, and it's impossible to go up them without making a sound. I was also the only one in the house that night, so to hear the footsteps coming up the stairs was utterly terrifying. I shouted to whatever was outside, hoping to scare it off. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and it took me several minutes to muster up the courage to open the door. The landing was empty. I quickly went from room to room, looking for any evidence of someone having been in the house, but everything was undisturbed, and the windows were all shut. I didn't sleep a wink that night either. So, there you have it. Some very spooky, unexplained incidents that may or may not be paranormal. I've always had this thing about trusting my gut. My mom used to tell me, your instincts will protect you when nothing else can. I never really thought much about it until the night at Hannah's sleepover. There were 5 of us, all friends from school, crammed into her living room with sleeping bags, snacks, and movies. The night was going great until around midnight. Hannah pulled out some old, dusty Ouija board from under her couch. The second I saw it, my stomach dropped. Everyone else squealed with excitement, but I just sat there, frozen. I don't know why, but I immediately felt uneasy. Something about that board didn't sit right with me. "Come on, it'll be fun," Hannah said, setting the board down on a coffee table. "Don't be such a baby." I forced a smile, but my gut was screaming at me. "Don't do it. Just don't." "I think I'll sit this one out," I mumbled, pretending to be more interested in my phone. The girls laughed, teasing me about being scared, but I didn't care. I was kind of used to it, and something inside me told me to stay as far away from that board as possible. So, I stayed on the couch while they huddled around the board, giggling as they placed their fingers on the planchette. They asked typical questions. "Is anyone here with us? What's your name?" And for a while, nothing happened. But then, the planchette began to move. Slowly at first, just a slight shift. But then it started sliding across the board, spelling out words that none of them could explain. I watched from the couch. I was freaked out. The air in the room felt heavy and thick, and the girls' laughter had faded, replaced by nervous whispers. "What's it saying?" someone asked. Her voice was shaky. The board spelled out, "Go away." Suddenly, the room felt colder, and the lights flickered. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I looked at all of the girls to see what their reaction was. The other girls all looked at each other, wide-eyed. But instead of stopping, they kept going, pushing the board for more answers. "Who are you?" Hannah asked. The planchette moved again, Faster this time. It spelled out a name. Eli. None of us knew anyone by that name. Then, without warning, the lights went out completely. This caused everyone to scream. I jumped off the couch. My heart was racing now, but I couldn't see anything. There was a strange noise like scratching coming from the walls. It felt like the room itself was closing in. The lights flickered back on, and when they did, all the girls were pale, their hands still on the board. Hannah was crying, and the planchette was spinning in circles, moving so fast I thought it might fly off the board. "I think we should stop," one of the girls whispered. They all pulled their hands away at once, and the board went still. No one said a word for what felt like forever. The room felt wrong, like something had changed. The air was thick with tension, and I could feel that lingering presence of something that I couldn't see. I didn't sleep at all that night. Neither did anyone else. In the morning, everyone packed up their things in silence, and quickly too shaken to talk about what had happened. A few days later, I found out that Hannah had been having nightmares ever since that night. Dreams about a man standing at the foot of her bed, watching her. Another girl said that she kept hearing scratches at her window, even though nothing was there when she looked. Me, I never experienced anything. Not a single nightmare, not a single strange sound. It was like I'd been spared. I think about that night sometimes, how close I came to joining them just to avoid their ridicule. I don't know what they encountered, but I know one thing for sure. I was lucky. Lucky I trusted my gut. Lucky I didn't let peer pressure pull me in. Whatever they let in that night, I'm just grateful it never came for me. So this happened at work the day before I had a 3-day vacation. Now that I'm going back tonight, I've been trying to debunk what happened in any way I can. Because I don't really believe in the paranormal. I know it's gotta be psychosomatics, that I'm just spooking myself out. But I've been working at this gas station near Raleigh coming up on 4 years. There's a tavern across the street that used to be called Flips. And when I was a kid, it was known to be frequented by an MC of violent bikers. The club was extorting the owner while using the bar after hours as a central meeting spot for a few of their smaller chapters around North Carolina. All their Harleys used to be parked outside when my school bus drove by, and there were always 2 or 3 of the club's members standing outside, smoking and joking in their vests. All the boys thought they were so cool. They would press their faces against the glass and yell about what motorcycle they thought was faster. We'd pass by Flips every day on our way home from school. Then, one afternoon, a bunch of armored or bulletproof trucks, FBI, came into town with a search warrant for the bar. The bikers had no choice but to let the agents enter and look around. Usually when a search warrant is involved, that means your establishment is about to get turned upside down. But the agents knew what they were looking for and didn't waste their time smashing bottles or flipping the billiard tables. As soon as they gained access to the property, the armed agents went straight to the basement door. The door's only line of defense was a combination lock that bolt cutters made quick work of. None of the bikers move as 2 of the agents raise their firearms and begin walking down the stairs into the dark basement. There were no ground-level windows. Besides their flashlights, they were in the pitch black down there. Most of the other agents waited upstairs, making sure that nobody came in or out of the bar. Then, a walkie-talkie chirps. "Yep, we've located it. Round 'em up." There's not much out here in terms of entertainment, so when the 15-16 bikers were hauled from that bar, the whole town was all standing outside, gawking like hens. Me and my friend included. As they were getting marched out, all of the men either looked completely irate or completely confused. There was no in between. And remember this, because it would all make sense a few days later when my dad's reading the morning paper. In a nutshell, this biker gang was used to getting raided by agents, but most of the time they were getting raided or harassed by the ATF. The gang had no clue why the FBI was knocking down their door. They weren't faking their confusion. They really didn't know what the agents found in the basement until interrogation started. And that's when each of the men were pulled into separate rooms, accused of murdering 3 backpackers. Their remains, along with their backpacking equipment, were all found in a shallow pit, one that had been dug in the basement of the bar. It was hidden under thin wooden boards and a carpet. With all of the men separated, they weren't able to corroborate stories together, yet each of them all reacted with aggression, defending their innocence. Not only their innocence, but a prideful assertion that their MC would never target a group of helpless backpackers. Besides the bodies having literally been discovered at their bar, they had no other evidence that they could pin any of the members to these murders with. So eventually, they had to let them all go. The bar remained closed while the investigation continued. After months go by and the FBI brings in someone else for questioning, this time it's the right guy. Come to find out that it was the owner of the bar that had murdered those backpackers. Because the MC had been extorting him, the FBI thought that he was part of the gang. When it somehow came up that they were just extorting him for the bar, the FBI decided to set up another group specifically to investigate this guy. And not only did they link those backpackers to him, they were also able to link him to a few other open cases south of Highway 40. Yeah, apparently the owner of the bar was some sort of serial killer. So that's a thing. Decades pass, and after the deeds passed around to a few optimistic owners, the bar is eventually abandoned, left to decay while nature grows and slowly obstructs its view from the street and from the gas station I work at. Now, last Thursday I was scheduled to work 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. That night, my shift started as typical would be. This gas station is pretty tucked away from the highway. I'll see only a handful of people that night, most of which are just getting gas and don't even come into the store. Generally, to cure my boredom, I'm probably more attentive to the hot food rack than needs to be, but that's why our customers always get the freshest food. And I won't lie or give the name of my actual employer when I admit that I play a lot of games on my phone. The front of the building has 2 giant windows, and as I was leaning on the counter progressing through one of these games, from the corner of my eye, I saw someone walk by on their way towards the door. I quickly raced to wrap up the task that I was doing on my phone to a save point. By the time the customer came in, it took longer than expected, and internally I felt time running before they walked in. When I heard the door chime and automatic doors slide, I was going to have to drop my phone no matter what to greet the customer. But after a few more seconds came and went, I realized the doors hadn't been activated yet. Less than a second after that, I was able to save my game, pocket my phone. Wondering if I was mistaken about seeing someone walk up, I look over to the door, and there is in fact a man standing there. The sight of him made my knees kind of weak because I wasn't expecting it. He was just standing outside the glass doors, staring in, and not at me. His stare was straightforward, like one of those 1,000-yard stares. Again, the front doors are automatic, and they slide open when a person's standing in front of them. But in this case, they weren't opening for him. Thinking the 2 glass doors might be stuck or something, I hurried around the cashier's counter to see what I could do. But as I got close to the doors, the chime went off and both doors slid open like normal. Grateful the issue had resolved itself, I started to walk back to the counter, and then I'm like, wait, I'm right here. I should turn around and greet them or something. Say the door doesn't usually do that. I don't know. Anything would have been better than turning my back on them without a word or even a smile. I swing back around holding a smile on my face, and I notice that the man hasn't come inside yet. He's still standing frozen, staring off into nothing. Looked to be in his 30s. Brown, shaggy mullet, goatee. He was not dressed for the winter weather, by any means. But he didn't look dirty, malnourished, or hurt. Quite the contrary. He was actually quite good-looking. He was wearing a blue tank top and cargo shorts, with big brown hiking boots. I say welcome to such-and-such gas station, and his expressionless gaze slowly shifts to make eye contact with me. Then he says, "May I come in?" It was such a weird question to ask me. I felt like an old merchantime peddler when I responded something like, Of course. What do ye travels require?" This guy walks past me into the store, ignoring my question, and I go back behind the counter with my head held in shame. What do ye travels require? Geez. I never had been smooth with the other gender, but that was a new low that I hadn't felt yet. So I'm organizing cigarette cartons, checking on the hot food, basically doing anything to keep my mind distracted. So I stopped replaying, "What do ye travels require?" over and over in my head. And soon, everything's organized. Not a vape is out of place. Not a hot dog is overcooked. I haven't seen this guy since he entered. The gas station isn't huge. I should be able to see most, if not all, of this guy's head while he's in the aisles. But there's no sign of him. The store is quiet, too. And the doors hadn't reactivated since I was standing there. It all starts to feel really sketchy, really fast. The hairs on my arm stand on end, and a gut feeling tells me to grab the bat from under the counter. We have a small TV next to the register. It cycles through our live security camera feed, and I closely examine them as each one pops up. This guy is nowhere to be found. With the bat firmly in my hand, I had no other choice but to do a few laps around the aisles myself. There were a few blind spots the cameras couldn't pick up. I checked those places first before doing a lap around the shelves. I couldn't believe it. There would have been no way that he could have snuck past me. Certainly not without triggering the front door. That was unless he snuck into the back somehow. I was confident he hadn't exited out the door behind the cashier's table. But there was another back freezer area behind the drinks that someone could possibly get into. That would have taken them sliding the entire milk rack out of its case, then pulling it back manually, while standing completely undetected. It felt absurd, but there were no other places to check. It's a struggle pulling the metal rack out by myself, and the whole time it's loudly clinging as I push it back and forth, and no surprise, the guy wasn't hiding in the freezer. I was in disbelief that I was once again alone in the gas station. I was determined to get to the bottom of it. At around 2 a.m, I locked up the doors of the store and go into the back room behind the counter. It's where the security camera recording equipment is, and the computers. If my manager would have shown up and found the doors locked, I would have lost my job. But this disturbed me enough to take the risk. I'm not a computer whiz by any means, so it took me a few minutes to figure out how to replay the footage from earlier. When I finally do, I'm nervous that I could have messed up the video somehow when I was tinkering with it, because when I finally rolled the footage back far enough, I watched the 6 different recordings from the cameras inside the store and outside, pressing start before I'd put my phone away. None of the angles showed the man coming up to the store. The camera inside that faces the front door shows me walking up to the sliding glass doors and them opening, but I can't understand how it didn't capture the hiker guy in any of the digital files. In every camera angle, it looks like I'm having a conversation with myself. Then, running around the store like a lunatic with a bat, I played the footage back almost endlessly. There was a chilling void where the man had been. My heart was racing as I watched myself approach the doors over and over. I just couldn't believe there was no one there, no trace of the stranger. Had I imagined it all? That didn't feel safe or possible. As I left the gas station that morning, the silence around me was louder than any conversation I'd ever had. The mask of calm that I'd worn all night, it had cracked. The air outside, it was heavy. I remember rushing to my car like I was being followed, trying to shake off the unease and even fumbling for my keys. My glances darted around, looking for any sign of that stranger, any hint that I wasn't as alone as it looked. I took a deep breath and got in my car. I locked the doors, and somehow it made me feel safer. I pulled out of the parking lot, but that unsettling feeling just wouldn't leave. It felt stupid, but I couldn't shake off the thought that I'd be coming back to this place in just a few days. What if he showed up again? What if he was just lurking around? As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, really expecting to see him just standing there, expressionless like before. But all I saw was darkness. A chill ran down my spine as I turned the corner, knowing I'd have to make my way back to that gas station soon. And now, soon is now. I just really hope that nothing or no one is waiting for me. So my dad's a cop as well as my cousin, and they've both told me some pretty terrifying stories over the years. My dad also worked security at a haunted hotel before he became a cop, and we live on an Indian reservation where paranormal stuff seems to happen way more often than it should. I'll try to break these down into separate stories, but fair warning, some of this still freaks me out to this day. The woman at the Fairmont in Ottawa. Before he became a cop, my dad worked security at the Fairmont Chateau in Ottawa. If you don't know, the place is rumored to be haunted, and according to my dad, that rumor is 100% true. One night during his shift, he was doing rounds through a section of the hotel that was supposed to be empty. No guests, no staff, just dark hallways and locked rooms. It was around 3 a.m., of course it was, and he turned a corner. He saw a woman walking ahead of him. She was dressed in early 1900s attire, a long, flowing dress, walking at a steady pace away from him. At first, he assumed she was a lost guest. "Ma'am, this floor is off limits," he called out. No response. He picked up his pace, following after her, but just as he was about to reach her, she turned the corner. My dad immediately followed, but when he turned the corner, the hallway was empty. There was nowhere for her to have gone. No open doors, no stairwell, nothing. He searched the floor, checked every room, which were all still locked, and there was no sign of her. He swears that she vanished into thin air. The police station is definitely haunted. Now let's talk about the precinct my dad works at. According to him, 95% of the cops that work there believe it's haunted. The ones who don't, the rookies who haven't experienced it yet. The activity is pretty intense. Things move on their own. Cabinet doors swing open. Objects get shoved off desks. Chairs start spinning on their own. Doors slam shut with no one around. But the worst part, the shadow figure. Cops have seen a tall black mass with glowing red eyes standing at the end of hallways or at the bottom of stairwells. And it's not just the officers who see it. The criminals do too. They have security footage of people in the holding cells freaking out, staring at something just off camera, looking absolutely terrified. Some prisoners have refused to stay in their cells, claiming that something is in there with them. One guy told my dad, "This place is haunted, man." To which my dad just shrugged and said, "Yeah, it is." None of the cops like to be alone in the station anymore, because that's when the shadow figure likes to show itself. The demonic phone call. One of our close family friends had her own terrifying experience with whatever haunts the police station. She was at home when she got a call from a number she didn't recognize. When she looked at the screen, the number was 666 666 6666. She didn't answer, just sat there staring at it, waiting for it to stop ringing. 5 minutes later, she got another call, this time from a friend of hers who's a cop. Her friend was panicked. "We need to do something about this thing. Let's smudge the precinct." At that point, she understood. Whatever was haunting the station knew that they were about to try to get rid of it. It was fighting back. The next day, they went to the police station to perform a cleansing ritual. They smudged the entire building, but the entity did not go quietly. It got angry. Doors slammed. The air was thick, making it hard to breathe. When they reached the holding cells, the lights went out. The sage kept trying to go out. And then, the shell holding the sage cracked in half. That's a bad sign. They knew they had to leave fast. They buried the shell outside, but the haunting never stopped. Later, they realized that they'd made a mistake. They didn't clear the building properly. They'd moved sporadically, instead of sweeping the spirit out through the front door. Now, the entity was stronger than ever. The thing in the woods. My cousin, who's also a cop, once saw something massive outside of the school in our town. The school's in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense forest. One night while patrolling, he saw 2 huge figures walking near the tree line. He swears they weren't human, covered in fur, walking upright, and moved silently into the woods. He tried to report it, but the other cops just laughed it off. No one believes him, but I think that they're just pretending they don't. The highway cryptid. Another time, my dad responded to a call about a guy sitting on the side of the road. It was near the highway that runs through our town. Turns out the guy was a long-distance cyclist who had just pulled over to rest. But when my dad got there, the cyclist looked terrified. He told my dad that earlier, while biking along Route 117 in Quebec, he had stopped at the top of a hill, saw something crossing the highway. It was huge, covered in fur, but walking on 2 legs. The cyclist froze. He didn't want it to see him. He just crouched down and watched it disappear into the woods. He refused to keep going for a full 30 minutes. He told my dad, "I don't know what I saw, but I know it wasn't human." The thing that knocks. One woman in our town kept calling the police 3 nights in a row. She swore someone was knocking on every window of her house. It happened all at once, like a group of kids was playing a prank. But whenever the cops got there, nothing. No footprints, no one in sight. On the 3rd night, her neighbor came over, pale as a ghost. He asked, "Is this about the knocking?" The cop said, "Yeah. Did you see something?" The neighbor nodded. He'd stepped outside for a cigarette and saw a black figure standing at the woman's window, knocking. And then it ran, but not like a person. It circled the house 4 times, knocking on every window, too fast for any human. And then it stopped. It turned toward the neighbor, ran across the street, and hid behind a tree. For a moment, everything was silent, and then it peeked out from behind the tree, looking right at him. Its eyes glowed yellow, like a cat's. And then it smiled. So yeah, that's just some of the weird stuff that's happened around here. We live on an Indian reservation, and honestly, I feel like we see way more paranormal shit than normal places. And I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. I've worked in prisons most of my life, and I've shared quite a few stories on here. But this story is from the locksmith I used to work with. What most people don't know about prisons is that they normally have a lot of support personnel and additional features that most never see. This story involves both. Normally, the first thing that gets built in every prison, along with the foundation, is the tunnel system. This has been the case even back into the 1800s, given the fact that my old prison had its running under the whole place. What the original purpose was back then, I don't know, but now they're used as emergency escape during a critical incident and for critical systems access. The maintenance staff at prisons are very diverse in specialties, from heating and cooling technicians to electricians to locksmiths. As the place relies on locks to keep prisoners in the facility, you can imagine the facility locksmith is normally busy. The story. Bob had just finished fixing the holding module's lock for the third time this month. The repeated use of the lock caused it to fill with metal shavings that would eventually jam the mechanism, and he would need to swap it out with a spare and repair it once it was removed. The toolkit gripped in one hand and the lock in the other, Bob proceeded down the secured stairwell that led to his lock shop, next to the facility arsenal. Reaching the bottom of the stairwell, he set the lock on his toolbox while he struggled with his keys to find the proper one to open the door, the one that allowed him into the hallway. Struggling with the door, which was assisted closed with considerable weight, he finally managed to open the door and walked through. The hallway was dimly lit, more out of expense than function, and it linked the arsenal, lock shop, and emergency tunnels with the emergency exits. The exits were linked to the arsenal and lock shop directly to allow immediate exit to the tunnels, and had a simple metal gate with an oval diamond pattern that allowed you to see through it. 15 feet past the door of the tunnel, the lighting became so bad you could barely see anything. Bob waited for the door to shut all the way, looking at it as it did until he heard the audible click. Then he checked to make sure that it was secure by testing the handle and pushing against the door. Finding it secure, he turned and began to cross the hallway to his lock shop door. When the damaged lock tumbled off the toolbox and clattered onto the concrete floor with a loud, ringing clang, it reverberated through the hallway, down the open tunnel. Shaking his head at how forgetful he was being, Bob bent at his waist to pick up the lock. Grabbing the lock with his free hand and rising, he found himself standing only 5 feet from the gate that stood at the front of the tunnel. As he looked up from the lock he had just recovered, he saw what looked initially like a swinging maintenance light. The tools were used frequently down in the tunnels, the catwalks around the whole prison. It was cheaper to give everyone in maintenance a portable light that attached to the electrical outlets. Cheaper than putting a proper lighting system in every nook and cranny. Looking closer and approaching the gate, he realized that it was not a maintenance light. The light was orange like a flame, not yellow like their maintenance lights. As Bob looked closer, shielding his eyes from the nearby ceiling light, he allowed his eyes to adjust to the dark, as he thought he'd heard the creaking sound of a metal hinge echoing in the distance. Thinking that possibly something may have broken loose down in the tunnel, he set down his toolkit and the lock as he began to grab for his keys, still looking down the tunnel. As he found the key to the gate, Bob realized that he could see a figure down by the light. Breathing a sigh of relief, he began to take a deep breath to yell to the other maintenance man down the tunnel, but he stopped short as he got a clear look at him. The light wasn't an open flame or a maintenance light. It was an old 1800s-style lantern, and it seemed to move in time with the metallic hinge creaking sound. The man holding the lantern appeared to be very white, wearing striped clothing. Backing away from the gate in shock, Bob watched the figure fade away, like a fog lifting off of the ground when the sun rises. Just a note that prisoners in Michigan Department of Corrections wear blue and orange uniforms that are styled with primary blue, trimmed and numbered in orange. The prisoners have not worn striped uniforms since the early 1900s. When I was about 8 years old, my little brother and I got lost in the woods outside my family's property in Oregon. We didn't know we were lost, but everyone else seemed to. So, from the top. My grandparents used to own a cabin somewhere in or around Bend, Oregon. They sold it shortly after this event, so I still have no idea if it was because of this or simply a financial decision they had to make. Either way, I remember the home quite fondly. It had an immaculate garden, thanks to Grandma. Lots of area to run around and be free. There were some woods lining the property, stretching on for who knows how long. We weren't to go that far. My grandparents had a lassie-like dog named Tapper, who would play with my brother and I for hours, but he also acted much like a babysitter. I guess Lassie's character wasn't too far off, because Tapper was known to alert the adults when the children had wandered a bit too far. But he also had saved my grandpa, who'd gotten himself stuck in a mole hole. He'd snapped his ankle and wouldn't have been able to make it out if Tapper hadn't run home to alert Grandma. Anyway, good dog. Well, too often my little brother and I would wander just past the property and into the woods. We never did get that far with Tapper around, but on this particular day, Tapper was the one at the tree line. We thought, oh wow, Tapper boy wants an adventure too. Let's follow him. So we did. As we approached the trees, I remember Tapper disappearing into the woods, and we had to run in just to catch up with him. Once inside, though, we couldn't find Tapper. We called for him with no response. That was incredibly unusual, but like most 8-year-olds, I didn't think too much of it. We just kept on walking to find Tapper. We walked for what couldn't have been more than 30 seconds, when suddenly I got the feeling like I was in a lot of trouble. I couldn't figure out why I felt like this. I looked at my little brother, and he was just wandering off. I ran after him, grabbed his hand, told him, I think we gotta go back now. He looked at me and said, Nuh-uh, Mama's here. She's calling for us. Then he let go of my hand and kept running off in the opposite direction. I followed after him, not because I could hear what he heard, but because I didn't want to lose my brother. Catching up with him, I grabbed him a little more firmly and said, we gotta go. Mama's not here. But just as I grabbed him and I looked forward, I saw Tapper. Then I heard a bark, but it didn't come from the Tapper that we were looking at. It came from the Tapper behind us, at the edge of the woods, right where we had entered. Still, my brother insisted Mama was in the woods, that she was looking for us, and even still, I heard nothing outside of Tapper's barking. The other Tapper sat patiently in front of us, nodding his head in a most unusual way. I knew this wasn't Tapper, but I had no idea what it was. I calmly told my brother that we needed to get out of here, and we needed to get away from this dog. What dog? He asked me almost in a giggle way. When I pointed at the dog, it started to snarl. It was quick and loud, so I recoiled, but my brother did not. He just stood there, looking at me, confused as to why I was shaken, and still asking me, what dog? He clearly didn't see what I saw, and I couldn't hear what he heard, but we needed to move. I was bigger than him, so I just scooped him up, giving him no chance to go in the other direction. I ran us towards the real Tapper, leaving the wannabe behind us. I didn't look back. When we got within a footstep of Tapper, I realized we weren't exiting the same area that we'd entered, but I was relieved to be exiting. Once we did, we heard an uproar of voices coming from our right. It was our entire family. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. They were a mix of emotions. After reprimanding us for going into the woods, they asked why we didn't respond to them calling for us. I told them I didn't hear any of that. My brother says he heard Mama calling for him, So then it just looked like I wasn't paying attention or answering, but I swore. And I swear to this day, I absolutely did not hear that. Even with all of that considered, how did we end up on the entire other side of the woods? We didn't walk nearly long enough to cover such distance, but that's where it gets weirder. Everyone is talking about how long we were gone for. Over an hour. There's just no way that could be true. There's no way we were gone for longer than 10 minutes. I double know this because when I was a child, time always crawled. I was constantly being told to be patient or go entertain myself to pass time. I just knew that we weren't gone for that long. Anyway, I never told anyone about the dog because it didn't seem like they believed much I had to say for myself anyway. Even now, I remember how isolating that felt, to not be believed. I wasn't a child known for fibbing, but I guess as I've grown, I get it. The events that unfolded were impossible. I saw and felt something completely different than my brother, but neither of us thought that we were gone longer than a couple minutes. I can't explain it, so how could they? I don't know. I do know. There's something so unsettling about those woods. I grew up in rural Appalachia, so I grew up hearing all kinds of superstitions and legends about ghosts and other creepy things. Of course, as an adult, I realized that they were mostly made up by people trying to scare their kids from wandering off into the woods and passed down over the generations. I was told to never respond if something called my name in the woods, and if we heard whistling outside at night, it meant the devil was close. Of course, there's real truth and valuable advice in some of those stories. If a stranger is calling to you from the woods or whistling outside your house at night, you probably should be afraid, especially as a child. I never experienced either there in the mountains. The scariest thing that ever happened to me wasn't supernatural, and happened in New Mexico. My mom died when I was very little, and when I was about 20, my dad passed away, leaving me without immediate family except my brother. Dad didn't have much, but he left his house to my brother, and just enough money for me that I was able to buy 2 acres and a nice used camper. My boyfriend, now my husband, wanted to move back home and be close to his mom, and we planned to eventually build a house. It seemed like such a cool adventure to me at the time. It was literally in the desert. A dirt lot off a dirt road with no electricity or water access, and surrounded by other identical empty plots. Until very recently, you could still find land like that for a little bit of nothing because it's inconvenient and expensive to truly live comfortably out there. We had to haul water from my in-laws' house, use a generator for electricity. My husband worked nights as a security guard, so I was alone in that camper almost every night. Honestly, it was boring, and it felt safe enough to me then because I had a big bear of a Rottweiler named Zeus, who would have defended either of us to the death. Obviously, though, as I'd find out, it wasn't really that safe, dog or not. It was a normal night like any other. I'd been outside watching the sky while I smoked a bowl and came back in to get ready for bed. I had just undressed and climbed into bed when I heard whistling and felt the camper sort of shift, like a hard gust of wind hit it. It wasn't that unusual, because sometimes the wind blew really hard out there, so I would have ignored it if Zeus hadn't started growling like the devil himself was outside. He was crouched down toward the doorway, ready to attack. I was terrified, and it suddenly seemed so foolish to have assumed I was safe out there alone, with a tin aluminum door between me and whatever was out there in the dark. I couldn't help but think about the story my granddad told me all those years ago, about hearing whistling at night, and while I'm not very religious in general, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't pretty unnerved in that moment. The sound of it was so unnaturally high-pitched that it almost sounded like the wind, but not quite. because it had that sort of sad melody to it. Besides that, my dog had never growled at the wind before. I remember thinking how crazy it was that I could hear it over the generator, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It sounded like it was everywhere. I tried to work up the courage to peek outside, but I was frozen to the bed. Zeus was going crazy now, growling and snarling and pacing. He rarely barked, but when he did, it was intimidating as hell. And once he started barking at the wall like he was possessed, everything sort of stopped. It was like the tension in the air just slowly dissipated. Zeus was just as freaked out as me and couldn't settle down until I finally let him outside about an hour later. He sniffed the back of the camper where the bedroom was for a good minute before reluctantly turning away and coming back inside, but I was too chicken shit to go outside myself. Cell service was spotty. This was a long time ago, where everyone still had flip phones, and I was without a way to leave or call for help. When I told my husband the next morning, he was convinced it was traffickers or worse trying to break in on me, and that Zeus had scared them off. It was somewhat plausible to me, but I didn't feel that that was the explanation. No one had actually tried to break in. That would be some strange kidnappers to just stand outside whistling. Then he told me that he'd heard rumors of a small cult who lived nearby out there, and maybe it was one of them trying to scare us away. That was more terrifying to me in a way, since I figured if that was the case, they might come back. But in the daylight with my husband there, it also all seemed a bit silly. I remembered how Zeus was sniffing the back of the camper, and we decided to go look around. The dirt out there is soft and sandy. It looked like it had been trampled around by multiple people with different-sized bare feet. The dirt that was right under the small window over my bed. The weirdest part is how there were no tracks leading off in any other direction, away from the camper. Just the ones outside the window. And one set halfway around the backside wall, right around where Zeus had started barking. Suddenly, that crazy cult rumor didn't seem very far-fetched or silly to me. And that's how I ended up living with my mother-in-law for over a year, because living in fear of being harassed or worse. We still own the lot where that happened, but we bought a place in town. The desert is beautiful, and I love hiking in it with other people. But at the same time, I've noticed something about the desert also really seems to attract crazy folks. I grew up in a very scientific family. My dad, an engineer, was a practical, no-nonsense guy, not one to indulge in talk of ghosts or anything remotely paranormal. The concept of hauntings was practically foreign to our household, and I'd grown up assuming that ghosts and spirits were nothing but old wives' tales. But one night, during dinner in high school, I asked my dad about the old house, the one we lived in when I was just a baby. I'd heard bits and pieces from neighbors about strange things that had happened back then, and curiosity finally got the best of me. To my surprise, my dad grew quiet, looking at me for a moment before setting down his fork. Then, almost reluctantly, he told me a story that he'd never shared before, and the way he spoke, with a hint of something like unease, it made my skin prickle. He explained that not long after we moved into the house, strange things started happening. It was a typical suburban home, nothing remarkable, and we'd been there about a week when the first gift appeared. One morning, a Friday, I came downstairs and I found a small, handcrafted wooden figure sitting on the mantel of our fireplace. My dad said, his voice steady but his eyes distant, like he was seeing it all again. I thought your mom had put it there, maybe something from a yard sale that she hadn't told me about, but when I asked her, she was just as surprised as I was. And that was only the beginning. Every Friday morning, like clockwork, a new handmade item would appear on the mantel. There was no sign of forced entry, no windows left open, and only my dad and my mom had keys to the house. The gifts ranged from small carved animals to intricate old-fashioned toys. Each item looked like it was crafted with meticulous care, the wood smoothed and polished, tiny details etched into the surface. My dad, trying to remain calm and rational, contacted the police after a few weeks, thinking maybe a previous tenant had kept a key and was playing some sort of prank. The local police agreed to keep close watch, especially on Thursday nights. My dad replaced the locks. But the police, they never saw a single person approach the house, and yet every Friday morning, without fail, a new item would appear. It was unsettling, my dad admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. I couldn't figure it out, and the fact that there was no explanation, it started getting to me. As the weeks turned into months, the gifts continued, and the situation began to take a toll on my parents. My dad, a logical man, was growing tense and short-tempered, feeling helpless in the face of something that he really didn't understand. Eventually, in a last-ditch effort, he went to our local church. He actually asked a priest to bless our home, despite my parents not being religious. It wasn't something he believed in, he told me again, but desperation drove him there. After the priest blessed the house, the gifts stopped. My dad seemed relieved, telling me this, almost as though he'd finally come to terms with whatever had happened. He didn't exactly say it was a ghost, and in his telling, he didn't seem to want to dwell on that possibility. But his face was tense, his fingers drumming on the table, and the silence between us was thick. One detail, though, lingered long after the story ended. There was one particular gift that my dad had mentioned that we kept. It was a small wooden sled with a carefully painted scene on it. The picture showed a man pulling two children on the sled. One child looked remarkably like me, and the other like my younger sister, who hadn't even been born yet when we lived in that house. And the man, with the square jaw and serious expression, looked strikingly like my dad. I remember staring at him, waiting for him to explain that part, but he didn't. We found that one, maybe a month before your sister was born, and 6 months before your mother got sick. Then he looked down, clearing his throat, and changed the subject. The rest of dinner was quiet, the atmosphere a little awkward, but I didn't press him further. The look on his face told me that he'd already said more than he wanted to. Years later, I asked him about the story, curious if he'd elaborate, but he denied ever telling me. He looked genuinely confused, brushing it off as if I was mistaken. When I pressed him, saying I remember every word, he grew tense, insisting I must have misunderstood. I don't know what you're talking about, he said firmly, his eyes darkening in a way that I'd never really seen before. It's been a long time since that conversation, but I've never forgotten it. I still think about that sled sometimes, that small, intricate painting that somehow showed a family moment from years before it would ever happen. I've even tried to find it among our family's things, but it's nowhere to be found. My dad refuses to talk about it. And my sister, she doesn't really remember this weird little decoration, as she was so young. I don't know if I'll ever get any real answers, or that my dad ever had them to begin with. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't check my own mantle for something small and wooden. So far, nothing. A few years ago, I lived in this massive old mansion that had been converted into apartments. Over 100 years old, creaky floors, drafty windows, the kind of place that definitely had character. My roommate and I shared the top floor, which had attic access with a private back entrance, a set of rickety stairs leading up to our kitchen door. The place had its quirks for sure, but we liked it. One night, I was curled up on the couch with my boyfriend watching a movie. It was late, but not too late. The house was otherwise quiet, just the occasional groan of old wood settling. My phone buzzed. It was my roommate. "Hey, bringing a date home. Cool if we use the big TV?" I told him sure, no problem, and my boyfriend and I moved into the bedroom to finish our movie. No big deal. A little while later, we heard heavy footsteps coming up the back stairs. Slow, deliberate, each one landing hard on the wooden steps. Then the kitchen door creaked open. The door that always squeaked, no matter how careful you were. It shut with a familiar thud. Footsteps moved across the kitchen, past my bedroom door, down the hallway toward the living room. I didn't think much of it at first. My roommate had said he was coming home, right? We kept watching our movie, letting the sound fade into the background. Eventually, my boyfriend left, and I settled in for the night. And that's when something started nagging at me. A slow, creeping realization. The apartment was too quiet. No muffled conversation, no sounds from the living room, no movement at all. Something told me to call my roommate. "Hey, were you guys being super quiet or..." "What? We just got to Blockbuster. We're picking out a movie and then heading home." His response literally sent a chill down my spine. I didn't have anything to say at first, just sat there, staring at my bedroom door, feeling my stomach drop. Someone had walked through my apartment. Someone had come up those stairs, opened the door, and walked right past. Without thinking, I called my boyfriend. "I'm staying at your place." I didn't even pack a bag. I just grabbed my keys and left. To this day, I have no idea who or what was in that apartment with us. I've never really had a scary encounter with anything paranormal, but I was friends with the ghosts at my parents' grocery store. We lived in a small town. It's pretty generous to call that tiny building a grocery store, but we loved it. My parents have since upgraded, but I'll always have a special fondness for that building. When I was 14, my parents often had me restock the shelves after closing. My dad always joked about having a ghost, but I never took him seriously. Then one day, I was on a stepladder and accidentally bumped my cart, sending it rolling just out of my reach. I jokingly said, "Hey, if there's a ghost in here, can you push that back over?" The cart had been completely still when I said that, but then it slowly inched back, gently bumping the ladder. I couldn't believe it, like that wasn't really a ghost, right? But I said thanks anyway. When it was time to move the ladder down, I left the cart where it was and asked the ghost to push it again. Just like before, it rolled to me, nice and easy. I did the same thing with the rest of the inventory and talked to the ghost while I worked. I told it my name, who my friends were, stuff that was going on at school. When I was finished restocking, I grabbed a can of raviolis and laid it on the floor. The plan was to ask the ghost questions, have it roll the can forward for yes or backwards for no. Unfortunately, it didn't move that night, but it worked a few weeks later. Maybe she was still getting to know me. She didn't answer many questions in a single night, but this was a 2-year relationship. I eventually learned that she was 12 years old, had died in a car accident right outside our store. The rest of her family survived. It happened sometime in the 70s. I once asked if she liked my family because we reminded her of her own, and she said yes. She also had a brother, so maybe I reminded her of him. I never saw her appear in physical form, but there were a few times I thought I heard her call my name. Then, when my grandmother passed away, I swear I felt her squeeze my shoulder while I was crying. When I eventually had to tell her my parents bought a bigger building, several cans went flying off the shelf. It was the only time I'd ever seen her angry. Hell, I was angry too. I asked if she could come with us, but she said no. Whether she really couldn't or just didn't want to, I'll never know. I tried going to see her in the years before I graduated, but she didn't communicate with me anymore. Once I moved away for college, I tried to put it behind me, but now it's more than 15 years later, and I still think often about her. I hope she made new friends over the years. I had a paramedic supervisor back in the 90s who had 20 years in EMS, who had a reputation for being a tough guy with a big heart. He told us a story that raised the hair on the back of my neck one day that I'll never forget. In 1981, he was an EMT for a volunteer fire department in a New Hampshire farming community. In this town lived an elderly brother and sister along with an elderly cousin on a sprawling farm. They were very well liked by the townsfolk, and they would offer a plot of their farmland to anyone for asking, with one simple rule, that no matter what they grew, they had to donate a third of their yield to the area's local food banks. This was just one of the reasons they were so beloved. As they got older, Mary, the sister, became frail with osteoporosis and was admitted to a nursing home. John, her brother, was left to look after the farm. One day, the cousin who lived nearby was unable to reach John by phone and became concerned. He went to the farm, entered the house. He discovered John in an upstairs bedroom, unconscious, suffering from a stroke. He immediately called 911. Word of trouble at the farm spread quickly, and soon the siren was blaring, notifying volunteers in the town. The town's police and ambulance raced to the farm. An ambulance from an adjoining community was also dispatched. My boss was one of the EMTs responding and was familiar with this family. When he arrived, he said he walked into the house and was told to hurry as CPR was underway. As he entered the front hall, on his left was a sitting room, and in the room he noticed an elderly woman sitting in a rocking chair, smiling back at him. He thought how happy and peaceful she looked, and was a bit odd given what was going on. He then recognized her. It was Mary, the man's sister. They got John to the ambulance and transported him to the hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. As my boss was filling out his report at the nurse's station, he made a comment to one of the staff, saying how sad it was that Mary was finally well enough to go home, and then John would die like that. The staff member gave him a strange look, asked what he was talking about. My boss said how great Mary looked at the house. He was then informed that Mary passed away the day before at the nursing home and couldn't have possibly been at the farm. Thinking he mistook someone else for Mary, he asked around about who the female was at the house. There were no females during the call. All the responders were male. He then described what she was wearing, including an oversized set of pearls and a pink flowered dress. The dress was Mary's favorite. He had no doubt that the pleasant elderly woman who gave him a warm smile was indeed Mary. 2 days later, my boss and his then-girlfriend decided to attend the wake for John and Mary, a double wake and funeral, as Mary was the girlfriend's grade school teacher. As my boss walked into the funeral, he gazed over at the coffin holding Mary, and he nearly fainted. Mary was wearing her favorite pink dress with an oversized pearl necklace, exactly as she wore 2 days earlier at the farm. Have I ever gone missing with lost time? I have. I had been living in the infamous Blue House for 3 years. Prior to moving, our family had just experienced a new brush with death from CO2 poisoning in the home. The home was clocked at lethal levels. The fire investigator never could find the cause, meaning There was no official leak. To this day, it's still listed as a paranormal event with the city police and fire department. So we decided it was time to move out after that event. We'd moved everything over to a new home, and I was at the blue house cleaning it for the new owner. There was a knock at the door. I went to look, but no one was there. As I was walking away from the door, I suddenly felt like the wind was knocked out of me. I rushed towards my bedroom where my purse was to get my rescue inhaler, but I never made it. That's the last thing I remember. When I woke up, I was falling from a standing position, slamming into the wall of the living room at the blue house. I was colder than I'd ever been in my entire life. I was very disoriented with the furnishings all gone. I didn't know where I was. I went into the bathroom and looked into the mirror. I was so cold my teeth were chattering and my lips were blue. I ran a hot bath, climbed in as quickly as I could. My cell phone had been in my bra and had fallen to the ground when I'd gotten undressed. I retrieved it, called my boyfriend while still in the tub. He answered, and I started crying. "I'm confused. I just woke up and I'm so cold." He said, "Where the hell have you been? You've been missing for over 5 hours. Everyone's so worried." While I was missing for those 5 hours, my boyfriend had checked the blue house several times, and I was not there. It's unknown to this day where I went or what I did in those 5 hours. I'm unsure if I ever really want to know. I may be a fully grown adult female now, but I have had a crippling fear of doctors, especially surgeons, since I was a teenager. I got this fear because my best friend died when we were 14, and my family doesn't believe in therapy, just smiling. Dee was born with a lot of health issues, so she was always sickly growing up, but things got really bad in 8th grade. I was staying the night with her when things got so bad that she had to go to the hospital at 2 a.m. The doctors took a lot of blood and ran various tests, only to determine that she had appendicitis. They took her into surgery, promising the procedure was completely routine, should only take about an hour. Her mother Penny and I sat in the waiting room and played cards to pass the time, but an hour came and went without any updates. Only after Penny begged the nurse to check on Dee did one of the doctors come to speak to her. The procedure was a success, but Dee's condition didn't improve. Now her kidneys were failing, and the doctor rushed her back into surgery without answering any more questions. Within the next 20 minutes, Dee's entire family was there helping her raise hell. Her aunt was a nurse and said the whole situation reeked of a screw-up. 2 hours later, we got the news. Dee was gone. That was one of the darkest nights of my life. I had just been holding her hand before the surgery, joking about how much we would play up the whole experience into something melodramatic once we got back to school. Her parents hired a lawyer, and we learned that there was never a problem with Dee's appendix at all. When they opened her up, it was completely fine, but they took it out anyway. The stress her body endured exacerbated her actual problem, her failing kidneys. They removed one and were in the process of removing the second when she passed away. Fast forward a year. I'm in 9th grade, and my arch nemesis is a girl named Hillary. She was the cliché, bitchy, popular type, and her mom happened to be a nurse at the hospital where Dee had passed away. Well, Hillary started telling everyone that Dee's ghost was haunting the operating floor. Her mom saw her. I was pissed. I was a full-blown hardcore skeptic, and no words were going to convince me that Hillary wasn't just using Dee to garner attention. I walked right into the circle of girls, pushed Hillary into a locker, and promised to knock her teeth out if she ever said Dee's name again. She swore she was telling the truth. So I hit her, and then 4 other girls jumped on my back and beat the shit out of me. They tried to suspend me for breaking Hillary's nose. I missed her front teeth. But I was covered in bruises, and my lip was swollen from the other 4 girls, so my parents demanded they also be suspended. Obviously, the school didn't want to suspend their cheerleaders, so none of us were suspended. Instead, we got a stern talking to. Over the years, random stories would spread of people seeing Dee's ghost, and I always blamed Hillary for starting the rumor in the first place. We gave each other hell all the way through graduation, and I celebrated the last time I'd have to see her. Now, fast forward again, 2 years ago, I went home for Christmas and got T-boned by a Charger running a red light. The ride to the hospital was a blur, but I needed emergency surgery. Afterwards, I was taken to a recovery room where I slowly began regaining consciousness. Before I opened my eyes, I became aware of someone sitting on the bed, holding my hand. Thinking it was my mother, I opened my eyes to see Dee smiling at me. All I could do was stare in shocked silence until she disappeared. A nurse came in a moment later and shook me back to reality. She was also my best friend during our junior and senior year of high school and wanted to be there when I woke up. I probably wouldn't have said anything if it had been a stranger, but as soon as I realized my nurse was Lizzie, it just spilled out of me. The way she looked at me made me think that I'd been having some sort of hallucination from all the drugs. But then she said that she had seen Dee too. Most of the nurses had. When she learned I was on the floor, she asked the staff not to mention Dee because of my history with Hillary. She didn't want anyone to upset me by mistake. Apparently, Dee often checks in on patients coming in and out of surgery, and sometimes while they're still in surgery. But they've never heard of her sitting on anyone's bed or holding their hand. All that time, it was true, but I just couldn't believe it. Every time I've gone home since, I stop and have lunch with Lizzie, and I like to think that Dee comes too. I'm not one to believe in ghosts, spirits, poltergeists, demons, or other paranormal oddities, though I enjoy horror movies about them. But I do want to answer the question about Ouija board experiences because of a true incident that happened to me back in the mid-1970s. I grew up in a small house in Southern California. Over the years, my mother added rooms to the house. When it was complete, one of the bedrooms ended up in the center of the house, with no windows to the outside, only 2 doors. One door led to the hallway, and the other led to a new living room that was added on. I had 2 brothers, and none of us wanted that room as our bedroom because it was dark and had no natural light source. Our mother found it equitable to have us all rotate into the room for 6-month intervals. The closet in that room was where we put all of our old games, Monopoly, Clue, Mousetrap, etc. One of those games was our Ouija board, if you want to call it a game. We played with it for a short time when we were kids, but it was kind of creepy, and as children, we always heard that messing with the spirit world could be dangerous. There are some odd things that happened while playing with that. In our young minds, it seemed very weird, but we eventually moved on to other things. When it became my time to stay in the room, I was around 16 or so, I found it annoying that something kept knocking on the closet from the inside, like it was tumbling down from the top of the closet to the floor. I would constantly look into the closet to see what it was, but everything was always in place. It would happen at uneven intervals between every 15 to 25 minutes, 24 hours a day, every day and night. I asked my brothers about it, and they said it was the same for them. We even had our mom listen to it, and she couldn't find an explanation. About 2 years later, my mom bought a tool shed for the backyard. I ended up putting the Ouija board in the shed because it was still in good condition, and I thought it would be wrong to throw it away. The knocking in the closet immediately stopped and never happened again. When we finally moved from the house, I figured it was best not to bring the board with us. As I said in the beginning, I don't really believe in evil spirits and all that, and I've been an atheist for the last 40 years, but this is a true story, one that I can't explain. I do believe in phone calls from beyond, and I speak from experience. Early one morning, way back in the landline days, I answered a call from an uncle in New York City who asked in an uncharacteristically quiet tone to speak to my mother. I told him that she had left for work, and he thanked me and hung up without leaving a message. I thought the call was strange, as my uncle was normally loud, very outgoing, and always interested in what was going on with me. A few days later, his wife reported him missing after having not seen him for a few days. Sadly, he had died of a massive heart attack on an NYC street without carrying any ID. It was only through the tireless effort of other relatives and us putting our heads together that he was ever identified. I'm absolutely certain the phone call was after his passing. Perhaps he didn't want to stay unidentified forever. My husband and I had a haunted bed. We owned an antique shop and bought a bunch of furniture from one guy. When you buy a whole lot, sometimes you'll have to take some things you don't want. In the lot was an old reproduction Jenny Lind bed. This bed wasn't old enough to put in the shop, so we stored it in the back for quite a while. Meanwhile, we were building a house, and when it was finished, we decided to make use of the bed until we found an older one. Right away, during the night, I would wake up and feel the bed vibrating silently. It had the old metal box springs. So I thought at first that I must have made the bed do that by turning over. But as time went on, I would lie perfectly still, and the bed would keep vibrating. Just the slightest shaking, nothing crazy or violent. Most times I would wake up my husband, and it would stop shaking immediately, which was really frustrating for me, since I was the only one experiencing it. It kept doing it off and on for weeks. I know it sounds scary, but somehow it wasn't. It was more like dumbfounding. Like, is this really happening? It can't be. But it was. And then there came a point, in addition to the shaking, something new was added. Down at the foot of the bed on my husband's side, there began a clanging sound, as if someone was hitting the metal springs with another metal object. Not violently at first, more of a clang, 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 then silence. I'd try to wake up my husband, but it would always stop, which was really weird. In my mind, I'm trying to figure out what could possibly be causing this. I'd heard about ghosts, of course, but that thought was the furthest out for a rational explanation. We lived at the base of a mountain with millions of acres of Forest Service land behind us and on a dead-end road. There was pure silence every night. No traffic, no nearby trains. And earthquakes, they don't happen every night on cue and only shake one item. What the hell was going on? The clanging began to get louder as time went on, and finally, hallelujah, one night, it didn't stop when I woke up my husband. It continued, and he looked at me like, what the hell? One day I ran into a woman who said that she was a psychic. I told her about the bed. I had almost zero faith in psychics at the point, but whatever. I asked her if she wanted to come over and check it out. With another friend, who also purported to be psychic, these two women came into the bedroom and stood there for a few minutes. One of them finally spoke and told me there was an old woman in the room who believed that the bed was hers, and she was trying to scare us out of it. Right away I thought, yeah, right, but I was polite about it. They burned sage and told the old woman to go away, go to the light, blah, blah. I was not impressed, to say the least, but I figured I had nothing to lose. Funny thing, it stopped immediately. Then, about 2 weeks later, it did it one night, and my thoughts of the bogus reading were confirmed. But after that one night, it never happened again. I thought back about what she had said about the woman wanting us out of it. The bed was from the 30s or 40s, and she said the woman was old. It would stop shaking, clanging, as soon as a man, my hubby, was awake. If you go back to that era, women had very few rights, and men had the power. Women could easily have been afraid to tell their husbands and would do anything not to upset them. So it began to make sense that the sounds would stop. If this is right, I think she became desperate to get us out of her bed when she started the clanging noises. She no longer cared if the man would be angry or not. Of course, this is all speculation on my part, but since there's already no explanation of why a bed would do that, the story doesn't matter. So, did a ghost do it? Something was responsible for it, and it wasn't either of us. Any suggestions are welcome. I truly cannot understand why this happened. We're not crazy people. I'm not lying. Nothing to gain by making myself sound like a fool. We built the house ourselves out of 2 old hewn log buildings, and both of us knew every square inch of that house and knew that it had nothing to do with the house settling or moving. Besides, houses don't settle like that. So that's my story about my haunted bed. And I'd love to know what and why it happened. I was 20 years old, home from college for the summer, babysitting for a family I'd sat for since high school. The Joneses, lovely people, 3 kids under 8, a farmhouse outside Vineland, and it had been in Tom's family for years. I'd been in that house probably 40 times. I knew which stairs creaked and where they kept the spare batteries, and that the youngest needed the hall light left on, or she'd wake up at midnight like clockwork. The parents were out for their anniversary dinner. Kids went down easy, they always did for me, which I took great professional pride in. By 9 o'clock, I was on the couch with my textbook. I was pretending to read and had a bowl of popcorn that I was actually eating, and everything was normal. Around 10:30, I heard the drawers from the kitchen, the distinct sound of someone going through them, one after another, methodical and unhurried, the way that you search for something specific. I sat very still and listened, and it continued, drawer after drawer. My first thought was that one of the kids had come down and was looking for something but was too short to reach the counter and was pulling things open, looking for, I don't know, a snack, a flashlight or something. My second thought, arriving almost immediately, was that the kids' rooms were at the top of the stairs, and I hadn't heard a single footstep. I went to the kitchen. Every drawer was closed. Everything exactly as it had been when I was last in there. There was no child standing there looking guilty. I checked on the kids, and all 3 were asleep, deeply, in the boneless way only small children seem to sleep. I came back downstairs and I told myself that old houses had made sounds. Yeah, and I'd have an overactive imagination sometimes, and so I turned on the television, louder than necessary. I didn't want to think about the drawers. This strategy worked until approximately 3 a.m. When I woke up on the couch, I'd fallen asleep with the TV on, which I was not supposed to do. Junior professional failure. And then I saw this man standing in the doorway of the living room. He was tall and old. I thought immediately something in a way that he held himself. The stillness of someone who had been in a body for a long time. He was wearing a khaki work shirt, brown pants that were too big for him, clothes that belonged to a different era entirely, without me being able to say which one exactly. He was looking at something across the room, not at me, just into the room. The way that you look when you're checking on a space that you're responsible for. Then he looked at me. I took one look at his face and ran upstairs. That's the version that I tell at parties anyway. Everyone laughs because I describe it as the fastest I've ever moved in my life, including the time that I thought I saw a spider on my pillow, which is true, and which does get a laugh. What I leave out at parties is what his face actually looked like. It's not threatening or angry, just there, fully and completely there, in a way that my brain couldn't file under anything that I knew how to handle. I spent the rest of the night sitting at the top of the stairs with the hall light on, my phone in my hand. The Joneses came home around midnight, found me there. I told them I'd heard a noise and gotten spooked, which was half true, and the most significant understatement of my life, too. Oddly enough, I think it was the last time I ever sat for them. I told myself that it was because of my class schedule that fall, but I don't think it was. I looked up the house once, years later. I found some history about the family who'd built it and owned it for generations before the Joneses. I found a name, found some dates. I did not find a photograph. I decided that was fine. I didn't need a photograph. I already knew what he looked like. I've been a search and rescue volunteer in the Cascades for 11 years. I've found people in conditions that most people don't survive, in terrain that most people have no business even being in, but also weather that changes faster than any forecast can track. I guess I'm not easily rattled, and I'm not given to imagination in the field. When I see something I don't understand, I file it away as a problem to solve, rather than a reason to panic. I didn't file a report on what I found in the summer of 2018, though. I've thought about that decision many times since, and I stand by it. I also think about it more than I probably should, which is why I'm writing it down somewhere, now. We were searching for a missing hiker, solo, overdue for 2 days, last known position on a trail that sees moderate traffic in summer and almost none by late September. My team was sweeping a grid section about 4 miles off the trail. Very dense forest if you don't know the area. The terrain is littered with tree canopies that close in over, and the light goes flat and gray, regardless of what the sky above is doing. I was working slightly ahead of my partner when I found this structure. It wasn't debris, not exactly, but it wasn't natural formation either. It was a construction. Branches selected and arranged with clear intention, interlocked in a way that required understanding of load and balance, forming a dome shaped roughly 8 feet across, 5 feet in height at its peak. The branches used were consistent in diameter, which means they were chosen rather than gathered opportunistically. The ground inside had been cleared of debris and compressed in a way that suggested repeated use. There was no fire ring or human gear. There was no indication that whoever or whatever had built this was using it for the purpose that a person would use shelter for. I stood at the entrance to it for a while. I then found some markings on 3 separate trees within a 20-foot radius, at a consistent height of approximately 9 feet off the ground. The bark had been scored in parallel lines, 3 marks each, same depth, same spacing, same on all 3 trees. not claw marks. The depth and the widths were wrong for any animal that I knew to operate in the range. The height ruled out most of them anyway. These were deliberate, made by something that reached 9 feet from the ground, with enough force and precision to score hardwood bark consistently across 3 separate trees. As I looked around the structure on the outside, I couldn't help but notice the prints in the snow, larger than anything a human could make, even with snow boots. Something about them, they looked like feet, bare feet, not the print of a boot. It was strange, and I felt that I should get out of there. I can't explain that feeling, but if you've ever had it, you know. Something told me that I couldn't stand there any longer, that if I did, I would regret it. As I made the decision to leave, I was wrapped in this overwhelming smell. It was akin to the smell of hot garbage, but there was something else mixed with it, something that made it completely unfamiliar. I couldn't get out of there fast enough. By the time I got back to the rest of the group, we'd gotten word that the hiker was found, not near where I'd been searching, quite the opposite, actually. In fact, the trail that I was on, where I'd found the shelter, it was one that sees almost no human traffic by late September. I was checking it on an off chance. I'll be honest, I considered leaving the Cascades after that. I think it was the smell, honestly. There was something so unsettling about it. I was sure it belonged to something far more dangerous than me. But I don't know. I haven't really gone back to that grid section. I'm still on the team. Our team's been called to that general area twice since. Both times, I've found a reason to work a different sector. Some things you find in the field, you report and move on. And some things you just carry and you can't explain. This was several years ago. I remember it was around 11. My wife and I were already in bed. I was finishing up in the kitchen when it came from the tree line. Something that sounded almost like a fox, but not quite. Fox calls have a certain quality to them. They're sharp and almost human. And this had that shape, but it was wrong in a way that I'd never felt before. I couldn't name it. Too low, too sustained, like something that heard a fox once, and now it was doing its best approximation. I stood at the kitchen sink and I listened as it came again. Same sound, same oddness. I walked upstairs and I told my wife. She said, I thought I heard something strange. And she came back down with me, because that's who she is. She wanted to hear it closer. We stood in the dark kitchen and we waited. It came a third time from a direction of the backyard. She looked at me and I could see on her face that she heard what I heard. Almost right, but not right. And then it stopped. The quiet that followed had a different texture than the regular quiet we were used to. Everything was making noise and had just suddenly decided to stop. The first window it passed was the one above the kitchen sink. So, a shape tall enough to reach that. I registered the shadow before I understood what I was looking at, though. Something blocking the exterior light from the neighbor's porch 2 houses down. Something large enough to do that. Was large. It moved across the window with a slow, deliberate weight. I got no detail from it, no features, nothing but mass. Dark against dark, but solid. Then the house shook. Not violently, but it was this single deep resonance, structural. It was a vibration that started at the foundation and moved upward through the walls into the floor beneath our feet. The glasses in the cabinet above the sink trembled against each other. My wife grabbed me. It moved to the next window. Same mass, same deliberate pace. The exterior light on that side of the house gone completely as it passed. The windows flexed in their frames. I watched the glass bow slightly inward with each step. We felt it move through the floor. The dishes in the drying rack rattled. A picture on the wall went crooked. Then it was past the house and the windows settled. Light came back through and the floor went still. Neither of us moved for a minute. In the morning, I walked the perimeter of the house, along the side where it had passed. In the soft ground near the foundation planting, there were depressions. 4 of them, in a rough line, spaced about 6 feet apart. No footprints, nothing so defined as that. More like something had pressed down into the earth with enormous weight, displacing the soil in rough ovals that were wider than my arm span. I filled them before my wife saw them. Figured that would make her feel better. I don't know why. She'd been there. She'd felt the floor shake and watched the windows flex right there with me. We both saw it. But something about that physical evidence, sitting in the daylight, it felt like too much. I guess some things are just easier to carry when they stay in the dark, where you found them. So I tell myself, anyway. When I first started working at an assisted living facility with other caregivers, they would warn me about the full moons, how our residents would always act up. I never believed it until I saw it for myself. This isn't exactly what I'm going to write about, but it's something that most night shifters can agree is a real phenomenon. So I figured I'd start with that piece. Anyway, we used to have this resident. She was very spiritual, very cognitively blessed, considering why she was there. She was sharp and only rarely showed her dementia symptoms. One night she came to me, quietly rolling her wheelchair down the hall. She said, "Jessica," in her lovely, timid voice, and I responded in a manner matching her own quietness. She said she needed to talk to me, and I said, "Sure thing." So we went to a secluded area and sat down. She looked me right in the eyes and said, "Lee has the death angel lurking around him." I was shocked. Being a spiritual person myself, I didn't doubt her. Honestly, I was just scared. She could sense my fear and assured me that the death angel was very peaceful, only here to help people cross. After getting it off her chest, she quietly wheeled her way back to her room. I was still slightly in a daze after hearing such a thing, and I tried to forget about it because, honestly, it terrified me to know that a powerful entity, it could be lurking around in these very halls. 2 days later, I showed up for my shift, and while the previous staff was giving me the pass down, she said, "Lee isn't with us anymore." My fellow nurses and I have seen a spirit-like mist rise from the body as a patient died. Scared the hell out of me the first time. After that, I just accepted that the patient had been released from their suffering. One that stuck with me was when I had a patient suddenly tell me his friend was there, and that he wanted him to come with him. Instead of a human, I saw a mist-like blob at the foot of his bed. The man didn't know that his friend, also horribly burned in the same accident, had died a few minutes before. Naturally, we didn't tell him because we didn't want to make his last hours grief-stricken. I told him if he wanted to go with his friend, it was okay. Minutes later, he did. The 2 other nurses beside me saw the mist rise, and they seemed to pass through the window together. I didn't use names here, but I'll never forget them. Neither of them were survivable, so we became the last new friends they ever made. was swimming in the ocean with a friend when I saw something floating in the water nearby us. I knew what it looked like to me, but it was a bit transparent. I asked my friend if he saw anything floating a few feet away from us and pointed to where I was seeing it. He said he didn't see anything, and then he asked me what I saw. I told him I could see what looked like a woman's body floating face down, naked, with long red hair. He was understandably freaked out and wanted to get out of the water immediately. We went inside, changed, and started preparing dinner. His roommate came home, and while we were all sitting around talking, I started asking his roommate some questions about his job as a criminal defense attorney. As the conversation went on, I asked him if he ever had to defend anyone he knew on serious charges. He said yes, actually, after a friend of his was charged with murder when his wife's body washed ashore right in front of this very condo 12 years ago. I looked over at my friend, and he was 50 shades of pale, with his jaw on the floor. Then I asked his roommate to describe what she looked like. He said that she had very long red hair, and that she was found naked, lying face down on the beach. I let my friend explain what had happened earlier that day. They were both stunned. In 2007, I was at university, taking on more than a full course load, waiting tables, doing volunteer work, and generally exhausting myself to death. It was a Friday in March. I'd pulled an all-nighter the night before, and after finishing my afternoon classes, I decided to lie down for a quick rest before my shift at work. As I was lying there with my eyes closed, this vision flashed up behind my eyelids of a person hanging, and then someone lifting them up. It startled me to the point that I sat up out of bed, giving up on the idea of sleeping and deciding to get ready for work. A couple of hours later, I was waiting tables when a man came into the restaurant to see me. I'd never seen this man before, and when he walked into the front door of the restaurant, there was no indication that he was there for me, yet somehow, instinctively, this uncomfortable feeling started twisting around in my gut. As he spoke to my manager, a feeling of dread passed over me. How did I know they were talking about me? I couldn't hear them. They weren't looking at me. My manager sent me to talk to this unsettling stranger, and he gave me the news. My younger brother was dead. Before the man even explained how he died, I knew he had hanged himself. It had happened at the approximate time that I had that vision. I've never been able to fully make sense of it, but along with the other experiences in my life, I think it lends itself to the suggestion that we, as humans, as living beings, as part of the universe, are far more deeply connected than we observe in normal circumstances. I worked at one of the last booth homes for pregnant girls in the early 2000s. Lots of dead babies and some dead moms in the history of that campus. We had any number of creepy things happen, to the point that I brought it up in a staff meeting, and the social workers just said, "Oh, must be time to have the building blessed again." But what struck me was the baby swing. I came into the living room and found it swinging by itself, hours after all the teenagers were in bed. Now, this was an ancient mechanical wind-up swing. You had to turn a crank to start it. There was no electricity involved. There was no way it just started on its own. And there it was, swinging full force. I was completely terrified, but I just said, "If you want to swing, I'll be happy to wind up the swing for you. But when you do it on your own, it frightens people." Every night for the rest of the year or so that I worked there, I wound up that swing and let it go. I told other staff members, and I believe they did the same. I like to think it was a sweet baby ghost who just wanted attention, and we gave it attention. Later, they closed the program for parenting teens and made the whole place a homeless shelter. Now I'm sitting here worrying about my ghost baby. Is it lonely? I hope not. When I was 9 years old in 1970, I attended George Washington Elementary in Corona, California, for one semester. It was an ordinary school, or at least that's what I thought at first. One day, I came down with a fever and ended up in the nurse's office, along with 2 other girls who were also sick. The nurse, busy taking our temperatures, told us we'd have to go home and stay out of school for a couple of weeks. She didn't say much more, just that our parents would explain everything when they picked us up. As we sat there in that small, sterile room, a strange, heavy silence seemed to settle over all of us. The nurse turned to the counter where a tall glass jar filled with thermometers rested next to the sink. She was in the middle of talking when it happened. The jar began to move. Slowly at first, then faster. It slid across the counter, as though being pulled by an unseen hand. And then, with a sharp crash, it tipped over the edge and shattered in the sink. The 3 of us froze, too stunned to speak. The nurse's face went pale, her cheerful professionalism replaced by a visible unease. "Okay," she said quickly, her voice tight. "Let's move to the front office. Your parents will be here soon." As we filed out, I heard her whisper to the office secretary. It happened again, this time in the nurse's room. What did she mean by again? I actually let it go relatively easy for a child. I just sat quietly in the office, staring at the clock on the wall, listening to the sounds around me, just waiting to get picked up. Later that day, I told my grandma what had happened. I thought she'd be a little surprised, but she just laughed and said, "That's nothing. I mean, it's no different than the old house we just moved out of." I realized then that I'd grown up thinking that ghosts and strange occurrences were kind of normal. Our old house had its own stories. Things moved, footsteps in empty rooms, but none of it had really frightened me. It was just a part of life. I was surprised, however, to see it at school. I didn't stay at George Washington Elementary for long, and nothing else happened while I was there, at least that I saw. More so than the jar itself, I'll always remember the nurse's voice and the look she had on her face. Her words make me wonder, what else did happen at that school? What exactly was she so afraid of? This happened on a Sunday morning in 1961 in my home area of eastern Kentucky when I was 19 years old. I was driving on a winding mountain road during a light rainstorm on my way to visit my girlfriend at her parents' rural home. Coming down a steep road cut into the left side of a mountain, my car slid into a ditch against the mountain. Then it skidded across the road and over a cliff. A drop of about 100 feet into a creek bed. The car rolled a couple of times before landing upright. I managed to get out, seemingly with just some cuts on my arms from the broken glass. Standing there, I realized I was about 20 miles from town, in a sparsely traveled area, on a Sunday morning when most people would be in church. This was long before the days of EMS, 911, or cell phones. I knew I had to climb up the cliff to the road. Otherwise, no one would ever know I was down there. When I bent forward to grab a small tree for support, something warm and wet began pouring down my face. I reached up and felt the top of my head. To my horror, I could feel my skull. A huge gash stretched across the top of my head, ear to ear, and my scalp was hanging down the back of my neck. Somehow, I managed to pull it back into place and attempted to climb again. As I leaned forward once more, I noticed something up the mountain to the right, about 75 yards away. A small house built into the hillside. It had a short dirt road leading to it from the main road. Despite having driven this road many times, I'd never seen this house before. It wasn't even visible from the main road. Near the house, there was an old car. A man sat at the edge of his porch. When he saw me, he stood, walked to his car, and backed it out to the main road, stopping above where I was. Rolling down the passenger window, he called out, "If you can get up here, I can take you to town to the hospital." He didn't offer to come down to help. Determined, I grabbed a sapling and began the difficult climb. Somehow I made it to his car and got in. The man looked to be about 30 years old, thin, dressed in slacks, a shirt, and a fedora hat. His car appeared to be from the early 1950s. As we drove toward Paintsville, about 25 minutes away, he only spoke once. "You're losing a lot of blood," he said. "I saw wounds like this in the war, and if you don't stop the bleeding, you'll die. Take my coat, hold it against the top of your head, press hard." He handed me a light jacket that had been lying between us on the seat. When we reached the outskirts of town, he said, "Which hospital do you want to go to?" I told him to take me to the downtown clinic where my mother worked. In about 5 minutes, we were there. He stopped the car and said, "I can't get out, but do you think you can make it in?" I nodded, thanked him, and stumbled inside. I must have left his car soaked in blood and ruined his jacket. The hospital staff stitched up my scalp, 55 stitches in total, and gave me a blood transfusion. I stayed there for a few days, but made a full recovery. When I got home, my father told me that he'd had the car pulled from the cliff. It was totaled. Then he said, "We need to go back out to that man's house, thank him, see about cleaning his car." And that's when things got strange. When we reached the little road leading to the house, we found it completely overgrown with waist-high weeds. There were no tire tracks or signs that a car had been there. It had only been 3 days since the accident, not nearly enough time for the weeds to grow like that. I distinctly remembered his car being parked on that road. We parked the car at the edge and walked through the weeds to the house. It was small, simple frame, a 1-bedroom, kitchen, living room, front and back porch, and likely an outhouse, but it was abandoned. Some windows were broken, and there was no furniture inside. This was a rural area where everyone knew everyone else, so I asked my girlfriend's family about the house. They told me it had been empty for a long time, and no one recognized the man who had helped me. That's where the story ends. 60 years have passed, and I still wonder about that day. Why wouldn't the man get out of his car? Why was he there at that house at exactly the right time? Was he just passing through? He seemed familiar with the town. He knew about the 2 hospitals, how to get me to one. And if he didn't live there, how did he know about the house when it wasn't visible from the main road? He must have been a World War II veteran, judging by his age and the reference to the war, though it could have been the Korean War. But how was his car parked on a road that was completely overgrown just days later? Did I remember everything correctly, given my head injury? I've often thought that he was sent there to save me, though some might say it was just unbelievable luck. If not for him, I might have bled to death before anyone found me. Now that I'm 79, I've shared this story with others, some of whom have had similar experiences. Many believe the man was an angel sent to save me. Maybe that's the only explanation I need. I've had 2 experiences in my life that I still can't explain. Different moments, years apart, but both left me with the same lingering feeling, like something just outside my understanding had brushed against my world for a second. before slipping away. The first time, I was a kid, 6 or 7 maybe. I lived in a bungalow, the kind of house where everything felt open, where you could see most of the rooms from any given spot. The hallway leading to my bedroom had a mirror hanging on the wall. A simple thing, nothing fancy, but big enough to catch reflections from across the house. I wasn't alone that day. My mom was sitting behind me, carefully parting my hair, her fingers working quickly and gently, the way only a mother's hands can. I remember I was just focused on the sunlight filtering through the windows, the faint clatter of dishes in the sink, and the murmur of the TV in another room. I glanced up just for a second, and my eyes caught the mirror. There, in the reflection, stood a woman. She wasn't my mother. She wasn't anyone I knew. Her clothes were old, worn, tattered at the edges, like she'd been wandering for too long. Her face was pale, expression unreadable for me, and she was just standing there, unmoving. I sucked in a breath, my body going rigid. I wanted to believe that it was just my imagination, that it really was as wild as adults always said it was. But I really felt her there, as if the air in the room had shifted just slightly, as if I had intruded on someone I wasn't meant to see. I tore my eyes away. A second later, I forced myself to look back. She was gone. Just an empty hallway. Just a mirror reflecting nothing more than an ordinary house. Clearly, my reaction was noticeable. I must have gone pale because my mom asked what was wrong. I hesitated, unsure how to explain what I'd just seen, unsure if I'd really seen it at all. I told myself, imagination, childhood perception, a moment of sleepy confusion. But even now, I remember how much my stomach dropped, how my skin prickled despite not being cold, and the overall feeling that she was in the room. I never saw her again, but that wasn't the last time something unexplainable happened. Fast forward years later, about a decade ago. I was older now, living in a different place, and I had mostly convinced myself that whatever I saw as a child was nothing more than a fleeting moment of overactive imagination. Then one night, something else happened. It was late, 4 a.m., that strange liminal hour where everything is too quiet, where the world feels half awake, half dreaming. I'd been tossing and turning, unable to fall back asleep, my mind drifting in and out of wakefulness. And then I felt a hand, not pressing, not grabbing, just a soft, deliberate caress against my back. I turned over, and I saw it. A shadowy figure hovering in front of my window. It wasn't like the woman in the mirror. This wasn't solid. It wasn't something standing in my room. It was something there and not there. A form made out of darkness, shifting at the edges like it was struggling to hold shape. And then, just as suddenly as I noticed it, it moved. Not towards me, toward the window. I watched as it drifted backward, slipping through the glass without a sound. One moment it was there, the next, nothing but a faint glow of the city outside. I lay there, staring at the empty space, my body tense, waiting for some lingering sense of terror to take over. But the fear never came. Instead, an overwhelming wave of emotion hit me. Not dread, not horror. Grief. A deep, aching sadness. Something raw and familiar. And that's when I thought of my aunt. She'd passed away when I was 8. She'd always been like a second mother to me. Someone who had comforted me, protected me, been there in the ways that mattered. It wasn't until later, when I checked the date, that I realized something. Her death anniversary was only a few days away, Was it her? Had she come to check on me, to remind me that she was watching over me? Or was it something else entirely? Something unknowable? Something that only borrowed the shape of what we miss the most? I don't have answers. I probably never will, but some nights when I'm half awake in the silence of my own room, I do find myself listening, wondering if, somewhere just beyond my sight, she's still there. I drove through Holly Grove by accident. I was on my way between two places that mattered, and the route my phone chose took me through a part of Arkansas that I'd never had a reason to visit. Flat, quiet, and full of late afternoon light. The Delta does that kind of light better than anywhere. I wasn't looking for anything. I was just passing through. The house stopped me. I don't know how to explain the stopping except to say it wasn't a decision. I was driving, and then I wasn't driving. Pulled off onto the gravel shoulder with the engine running, and no memory of deciding to brake. It sat back from the road, vacant, in a specific way. A way of a house that had been empty long enough to become something else. Not abandoned or neglected, just still. Waiting, maybe. Though I wouldn't have used that word then. I'm not exactly a romantic person. I don't believe in signs or fate, or the idea that places hold meaning beyond what people project onto them. I've been engaged twice and walked away from both because I couldn't make myself believe in the story those relationships were asking me to tell. Love is devotion, love is permanence, love is something that you build a life around. I understood these concepts intellectually, but I found them unconvincing in practice. I guess I'm really only telling you all of this so there's an understanding of what it meant that I stood outside that house at dusk and wept. The music started while I was still in my car. It was faint at first. I thought it was the radio bleeding through from somewhere, a neighbor's open window, something with an ordinary explanation. I turned my own radio off, and the music continued. Piano, clear and unhurried. A melody I didn't recognize that had a quality of patience to it. Of someone playing not for a performance, but for a room, for one particular listener. I got out of the car. The sound was clearly coming from this house, which was empty and locked. I could see that just from where I stood. The doors closed, the windows dark, no vehicle in the drive, no indication of any human presence. Yet the music came from inside it anyway. Song after song, and no pause between them. It was this playing that belonged to someone who'd been at this instrument long enough that the music comes from somewhere deeper than technique. I stood in the gravel drive as the light went, and I listened for a long time. When I finally got back into the car, I sat for a while before I could drive. Something had happened to me standing outside that house that I didn't have language for yet. Something had cracked open that I'd been keeping carefully closed for a long time. I researched that house for 3 weeks after I got home. And what I found rearranged something in me that I'm still rearranging. A captain who built a house and moved it from Florida to Arkansas, because that's where he ended up. And he lived in it with a woman he loved, with a totality that the historical record can barely contain. She played piano. He bought her the finest one that he could find, and he spent his evenings listening to her play song after song, and considered this among the great privileges of his life. When she died before him, he couldn't let her go. He had her embalmed, kept her in a glass casket in a room of the house, because the alternative was a world without her in it, and he wasn't ready for that world. When he died, the man who inherited the house buried her properly. The house has been empty ever since. People passing on the road, they hear music from inside of it. Naturally, I've thought about the captain many times in the years since that evening on the gravel drive. About what it means to love someone with that kind of specific and unreasonable devotion. To buy them a piano because their playing makes your life larger. To sit in a chair evening after evening and listen and consider yourself fortunate. I used to find that kind of love impractical. Evidence of a certain failure of self-sufficiency, but I don't anymore. I don't know if what plays in that house is her, if something of her remains in the room where her piano stood, and the man who loved her sat and listened. I don't know what I believe about that. What I know is that I stood outside a locked, empty house in Holly Grove, Arkansas, at dusk, and I heard someone play piano, song after song, for a room that looked empty, but it didn't feel like it was. And something in me, it was closed that day and long before, but it opened up, and it hasn't closed since. What I really can't describe or explain is what brought me there in the first place. How I just ended up there. How often does that happen? I don't know. But it did. I'm in a relationship now. A relationship that I used to think I wasn't capable of. When my partner asks what changed, I don't really tell them about the house, because I don't really know how to explain it without sounding like someone I wouldn't have recognized a few years ago. But I think that really is what it was. The captain in his chair, her at the piano, playing for him, still playing. Some loves don't end just because one of the people in them does. I'm starting to believe that that's not a romantic notion. I'm starting to think that it just might be true. And I think that's pretty beautiful. Stories like this aren't usually shared in a dramatic, dimly lit cathedral. It was told to me in a setting of a late-night drive where neither person has to make eye contact. His eyes remained averted out the passenger window. Like gazing into an abstraction of black made it easier to talk about things that sounded unbelievable in the daylight. The drive we shared happened purely by chance. My boss had hired a freelance artist to paint a mural on the side of our new shop. The project took 2 days to complete, and then I was tasked with driving them back to LA from Vegas, and then turning around to go home again. The incentive was sweetened with a cash bonus that I couldn't decline. We left the next night, after the sun went down, and the sweltering heat became something bearable. His name was Hardy, a graffiti artist in his late 30s who'd barely talked louder than the air conditioning. I kept having to turn it down to say, "What?" Till finally I just turned it off completely. Hardy wore a tall tee reminiscent of 2005, but it looked as if he'd never leaned with it or rocked with it in his life. As the destination was still hundreds of miles into the future, small talk was going to be necessary. I ask how he likes Vegas, and he says he doesn't. "It's nothing personal," he said. "My boss was an amazing host, but Vegas is a place that he likes to stay away from, if at all possible." I couldn't help but be a little bit offended. What's the problem with Vegas? Did he think that his Skid Row was somehow better than our tunnels? I asked it with a joking tone, but I really wanted to know because it was the way he said it. Not like, "You, Vegas," or, "Oh no, I'm a former gambling addict." He said it with a shudder. And then he responded to my follow-up by saying, the devil once spoke to him through the lips of a dying clown. And then the possession became his. Huh? His incoherent sentence was uttered with such profound certainty, I thought it was a poetic metaphor. My level of intellect just couldn't understand it. But maybe I had. Maybe I too saw an imposter putting on makeup in the mirror, getting up every day, feeling stuck in a corporate clown suit, juggling an assortment of meaningless colored pins that had no other purpose but to be juggled. Every cycle they make through your hands, you contemplate if anyone but you would notice a pin drop. But dropping that pin would only confirm the imposter syndrome that you've self-diagnosed. So every pin completes its rotation, if only to fill the obligation that your face paint represents. He sat for a moment with intense deliberation over my theory of what it meant. And then Hardy said, no, not that. And I'm like, cool, okay, so the devil spoke to you through the lips of a dying clown, and whatever had possessed the clown then entered your body when the guy died, so, none of this was a metaphor? Hardy says, no. That's not really an admission you want to hear on a long drive with a stranger. Are you still possessed? Was, of course, the next reasonable question to ask, but Hardy said, no, it happened when he was 12. But they really messed up his head, and he thinks the residual effects will be forever. It was midday on the strip, asphalt radiating oppressive heat, crowds flowing past. A busker with heavy grease paint and a thick blue synthetic wig was making balloon animals for the tourists and taking pictures with them. His costume was made of unforgiving foam layers that trapped his body heat from going anywhere. Hardy thinks the man suffered from a severe heat stroke that triggered a fatal cardiac event. It was agonizingly quiet. The clown stopped making balloon animals and dropped to his knees as he tried to unzip the costume, but his motor skills were failing. The crowd thought it was part of a bit, a classic fainting clown physical comedy routine. People laughed and filmed on their camcorders while his chest heaved and his eyes rolled back behind the cracked paint of his eyelids. 12-year-old Hardy seemed to be the only one close enough to see the sheer terror in the man's eyes beneath the artificial smile. Desperate attempts to draw oxygen through a red foam nose. As the clown took his last struggling breath, he instinctively reached out and grabbed Hardy's wrist. Dying mid-gasp, staring directly at him, the contrast between the rigid, fake expression painted on his face and the real, dying man beneath it was a distinctly haunting image that would be framed in the halls of his repressed mind. Then, the clown's dying panic was swallowed by a burdening stillness. The sudden, brutal conversion from a manufactured caricature of joy to a cold, helpless portrayal of human fragility. Hardy felt the air shift around him, like a draft from a non-existent door, like it had just opened wide up, a vacuum that pulled an infinite weight out of the dead performer and transferred it straight into his chest. He wasn't chosen because he was special. The demon hadn't sought him out from a crowd of bystanders. The demon had jumped ship, and Hardy was the closest lifeboat to swim for. Demonic possession in this world isn't about physical destruction or violent outbursts. Those are the side effects. Real possession is an infection of omniscience. Demons are immortal entities that carry the absolute, unfiltered truth of humanity, and they share their suffering with the host. Knowledge of corrupt, selfish perversion that stretched eternally. The Crusades, the Mongol conquests, a lifetime of wars, hate, and betrayal, all on a rotating platform for Hardy to not only see, but feel with immense authenticity. The horror isn't that the host loses control of their body, but that their mind is flooded with infinity. They perceive time all at once. Every loss, every quiet tragedy in human history becomes a part of their memories now, too. I ask how he got rid of the demon. After he got really sick, and his personality was noticeably agitated, his mom got in touch with a couple members of a church who were trained in performing exorcism rituals. He explained it without making it sound like a cinematic battle of wills. It was a disturbing mix of childhood trauma, sensory confusion, and a bizarre religious ordeal with rituals absent of grand holy miracles. It felt like a violent, agonizing procedure, like having an entire limb amputated without anesthesia, except the limb was a universe that collapsed inside of him. People think an exorcism is about the demon fighting to stay. It wasn't. It was the demon being pulled backward through a doorway it was too big for, and it dragged everything it knew across his nerve endings on the way out. For 5 minutes, Hardy could hear every voice the demon ever claimed, screaming for help, and he knew his voice would join that choir, a perfect replica, a trophy crafted from a part of Hardy. He didn't remember the prayers or the holy water, just the smell of cold candle wax, the blood stain on the priest's collar, the sound of his mother's shoes squeaking on the linoleum every time she shifted her weight. He held onto the squeak of her shoes like a lifeline, because it was the only thing that he could be sure was real. The moment of liberation did feel like peace. It felt like a drop in pressure, a massive loss of something that he couldn't find the words for. He said it snapped. It felt like someone reached into his skull and unhooked a cable. Millions of years of light and noise vanished. The room went dead quiet. Not just the kitchen, but the whole world. Life had been condensed into a liminal space, void of importance or purpose. His family all started crying and praising God because he was back. But it was like a house that had been completely gutted by fire, and everyone was just standing around clapping because the wallpaper hung on. An exorcism doesn't destroy the memories. It evicts a tenant who'd already damaged the property beyond repair. In order to keep himself grounded in the now, Hardy always carries multiple watches with him wherever he goes. One on his arm and one in every backpack he has. Loud jazz music and the art that he creates with his canisters is the only outlet that he has to distract his mind and stay sane. His story was hands down the most interesting thing anyone's ever told me. I didn't tell him that because I thought that would make me sound lame, but my jaw stayed pretty much on the floor the whole time. His dad was awake and waiting for us when we pulled up. He thanked me and grabbed Hardy's gear from the truck. A small silver cross hung from his neck, and I wondered if he'd always been religious, or if Hardy's possession altered the foundational compound that made up his family. I know my mom became super religious when my older brother got hooked on that Walter White, and, something, I won't get into it because I'm not going to take away from Hardy's story, but my brother was battling demons of his own for a few years. They didn't show him eternity, but they showed him how easy a spool of copper wire can be to obtain and how easy it is to sell. He's clean now, so we can joke about it, but yeah, his name's Cody, and that little bastard sold my school-issued laptop. It had the school's name printed on the front of it. Nobody knows how he was actually able to find a pawn shop that would take it, but there's demons all around us. Odds are there's a demon near you right now. Stay safe, people. Don't get possessed, and stay away from that Walter White. The more you know. Years ago, I became good friends with my neighbor across the street. We both had young children, and we spoke and or saw each other almost every day. Probably 6 years into our friendship, she developed leukemia and only lived one more year. She was 35. One day, I was looking out my front window, and I saw the car she used to drive pass by, turn around, and then it pulled up to the curb in front of her house and parked. I continued to watch, and I saw her husband and her 3 children get out of the car. The car was a light blue station wagon, one that she used to drive the kids around in, and her husband still had it. As I continued to watch, I saw her husband and the kids walk up to the front door of the house and go in. A moment or two later, I saw my friend get out of the car and walk to the door. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I knew for sure that it was her. I knew because when she got to the front door, she turned, looked at me, and waved. Then she, too, went into the house. I think she was telling me that everything was okay. I'll never forget that. Our house was built in 1999 on farmland. There doesn't seem to be any reason why we'd have paranormal experiences. No cemetery nearby, no one that died in the house, etc. But soon after my daughter and I moved in, she noticed that there were young energies downstairs. One night as she lay in bed trying to sleep, she felt something snuggle behind her, resting an arm across her shoulder. She thought this one felt like a little girl. Other people felt this energy too and thought it was lonely or sad. There was also an incident in the hallway outside of my daughter's bedroom. She'd gotten up to use the bathroom and felt a hand on her back, pushing her. She thought that this energy was male, maybe 12 years old, mischievous. After my husband and his daughter moved in, we started noticing strange things upstairs as well. One day while I was showering, I turned around to rinse the shampoo out of my hair, and something turned the shower handle all the way to hot. Yet I hadn't touched it or bumped it. A couple of months later, it happened again, but this time I saw the handle itself move without human intervention, and that shouldn't be possible. Of course, no one was there. During this same time period, I was splashed with cold water as I walked out of the main bathroom. I felt it splash across my cheek, shoulder, all over my hand and up my forearm, but no water was on my skin. We were definitely creeped out. My husband put up his cross. We were going through the house. He was saying prayers, even though he doesn't believe in ghosts. After the kids moved out, things quieted down a lot. The quote-unquote haunted area extends about 20 by 10 feet and is on both floors. It includes the kitchen, a bathroom upstairs, and one bedroom, the laundry room, hallway, and bathroom downstairs. Our dog won't go into these areas, not even if you put a piece of steak on the floor. I often hear things fall from the shelves downstairs, but the cat sleeps beside me. Someone or something has strummed my husband's guitar when I was here alone. When my youngest was home from university last summer, the only incident we had was someone saying her name in a loud whisper, right behind her as she walked from the bathroom to her bedroom. She left at the end of August, and everything seemed fine until a few months ago. My husband was downstairs and stopped to play with our boy kitty, Jake. He had balled up a piece of tinfoil in his hand and decided to see how high Jake would jump to catch it. He stood just outside the laundry room, bent over slightly, showed Jake what he had in his hand before releasing it and tossing it over. The tinfoil sailed about 3 feet away before it bounced off something invisible and came back in his direction. Confused, he picked it up again and tossed it. It hit something invisible halfway across and dropped like dead weight to the floor. Since this happened, I've tried contacting local paranormal investigators and they replied to my email but haven't followed up since. I'm updating this to include an incident that happened yesterday morning. My mom moved in with us a few years ago and has Alzheimer's. For the last while, she's been bedridden and requires extra care. So every morning, 2 healthcare aides arrive to bathe her, change her clothes, etc. They follow a simple routine that includes small tubs of soapy water. These are set on a side table so that they can bathe her in her bed. After getting everything ready, they place the little tubs on the table near the head of the bed and move down to the foot to straighten out the blankets and get the towels ready. Both healthcare aides were startled when the table suddenly started to move on one side. One described it as though someone had leaned against it or pushed it down, causing both tubs to slide off the table, hitting the carpet, cracking the plastic, and spilling soapy water all over the floor. When I returned to the house, one of the girls asked me if I'd had any ghosts lately, because those tubs weren't big enough or heavy enough to make the table lean like that. They claimed that they weren't too close to the edge, as both of them saw them slide across before going over. I can't imagine the wind doing that. And the cat was sleeping in my bedroom with the door closed. There's always something going on that's hard to explain. I've never been afraid in my own house, and I've lived here for 20 years. But this will be the 3rd hotel stay in less than a month that my husband and I have booked because we just can't deal with whatever's gotten stirred up. We just got the room and have a second to sit down and breathe. Dave's laying on the bed watching nightly news, and I'm writing at this small desk covered in leopard print cigarette burns. It's a novelty ashtray more than an end table. Looking around, I can't find one area that hasn't already been crushed with a cigarette. When in Rome, right? Where can I ash my smoke? Oh, anywhere? Okay, thanks. I told Dave, don't get up, just put it out on the pillow next to the other 2 holes. Jesus. What the hell am I doing here? Too scared to sleep in my own bed. I'm 46. Motels, hotels, they aren't cheap. Especially just on the whim of a weekend. Dave doesn't have to work tomorrow, but I do. Even if I didn't have to work, what we're dealing with is still ridiculous. Going to work tired tomorrow is just the icing on the cake that is whatever the hell it is. I'm sorry, I'm tired. But I can't sleep, and I thought that I should get this out. It's not the light bulbs that suddenly burn out after being replaced. It's not even the footsteps or the spurts of knocking that rattle the walls on occasion. We knew they weren't natural by any means, but we lied to ourselves of their origins. Squirrels, birds, that's all. And then one night, the activity escalated past subtle bumps. Dave has his art studio in the basement, and he refuses to be down there alone anymore. I think that's the saddest part about this because the art studio used to be filled with such inspiration and joy. Now it feels cold walking down the stairs to get there. The light bulbs haven't changed, but it feels dimmer, gloomier. Our first motel escape was because of what Dave had seen down there when he was painting. Intensely focused, Dave stepped back to let the halogen light catch the wet sheen of the canvas as he tried to gain better perspective. But the quiet concentration vanished when his shoulder brushed against a cold, rigid weight, swaying in the shadows behind him. He spun around, with a hand raised in a reflex, only for his knuckles to pass cleanly through the icy cloth of a suspended pant leg. And above it, bathed in the basement's dejection, swung the ghostly form of a man hanging from the rafter. His white phantom eyes staring down at Dave. He said its head followed him as he ran past, toward the stairs. I'd never heard Dave scream like that. If you know my husband, he's not a screamer. Dave's not even a loud talker. So the commotion that he let loose was taken seriously. That night we stayed at a Motel 6. The next time we'd flee our home would be to a Super 8 motel. We thought a bigger number translated to better rooms, But it turns out, at least from the one we stayed at, it was clear the Motel 6 was far superior to the Super 8. We'd find this out after the second time we'd fled home. I don't know if I felt emboldened by Dave already having pulled the trigger on getting a motel room, but I didn't hesitate to say, "We're not staying here tonight." The hanged man came to me in a dream. Truthfully, I'm not sure if it was a dream at all. Actually, I was told that a readable clock isn't possible for our brains to conceptualize within a dream. I don't know if that's a solid fact. Someone should Google it. But let's say that it is. I'm deducing that I wasn't dreaming when I'd seen him, because it was 2:12 a.m. I knew this because we have a digital clock that displays the date and the time on our DVD player. It sits on the TV that's right next to the door. Standing in the doorway was a man wearing an oversized white button-up, tucked inside blue jeans. He stood on his two pale feet. The noose was gone, but I still believed I was looking at the hanged man that Dave had seen in the basement. There was a rope burn that dug into his skin, revealing serrated muscles that expanded the wound when he inhaled. Milky white eyes locked onto mine from an insidious scowl. My left arm jabbed and shook Dave, but I couldn't wake him. The pale man in the doorway slowly raised his arm with his finger stretched out. He drew an invisible half circle that arched from his right shoulder over his head to his other shoulder. Like the hands on an analog going from 9 to 3, he never crossed the threshold of the doorframe. After he completed the arching gesture, he stepped backward into the blackness of the hallway. Air from the open window next to our bed notified me that I was drenched in a cold sweat. I must have eventually fallen back asleep sitting straight up in bed because I woke up in that position. But that time, the clock said 7, I think. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Dave was up before me and got breakfast started for both of us. But after explaining my waking nightmare to him, neither of us had much of an appetite. When Dave had first seen the hanging man, he didn't go into detail about what he looked like. But my description lined up with the man that he'd bumped into down in the basement. We spent the morning trying to analyze the movement he made, the rainbow shape that the man had made with his finger. What we came up with was that it had to do with the sun passing the sky. A warning for the following night. This is what psychosis must be like. It was a sardonic comment that resonated into each second of silence that we spent contemplating paranormal threats. In any other situation, Dave would never go along with this. No partner would, right? But not only did Dave wholeheartedly believe my story, he feared the warning was for him because the hanged man interacted with him first. Spending $200 on a motel, leaving our car parked in a lot where none of the number spots had any meaning because people could park anywhere they wanted. The painted numbers acted more like lottery digits that you hoped don't get drawn for the next smash and grab. That Super 8 was an absolute hellhole. You're doing something wrong if your establishment's arguably comparable to a poltergeist. They don't have ghosts, but they have syringes floating in the plastic filter in the side of the pool. I was in no mood to swim, but we passed by it on the way to the room, and I couldn't help but notice the translucent tubes with brown residue bobbing and twirling around in there like those indoor skydivers look. So, why oh why tonight would we go on yet another excursion to increase the interest rates of our credit cards and purchase one of those fine sleeping quarters? Well, after the presumed time frame that was issued by the hangman's gesture had come and gone, nothing happened for a couple of days, though the image of the broken man stayed burned in my mind. I think our brains hate to file something into the unknown category because I couldn't stop thinking about the gesture that he'd made, what he'd meant by it. It was like that sunk cost fallacy. But instead of money, I was investing my thoughts and attention deciphering an ominous motioning. Then I thought, what if the hanged man was pointing at something? I tell Dave my theory, and both of us walk together into the basement to get the hammer, to use the claw part on the door frame of our room. When the idea of it being a directional beacon came to me, it didn't come as an optional possibility. My subconscious knew that I'd solved the puzzle before the nails in the frame were even pried loose. With minimal effort, Dave popped off the left and right pieces of the frame, and we found symbols etched into the exposed, unpainted strips of wood hidden beneath. They were a set of 5 or 6 repeating symbols. They looked like crude hieroglyphics. Both sides each had one long row that stretched from the floor to the top of the door. Each looked to be carved out by a knife. We had no clue what the scratches meant, but Dave dislodged the last slat of the frame in a fluster, trying to read the rest of the symbols. But as the last part was pulled off, an object fell from the gap and landed on the floor with a heavy bink that made us both jump. Our nerves were so on edge by then. The markings on the wall were more of a receipt that the hanged man wasn't simply a figment of the imagination. Down at our feet, we found a heavy ordnance skeleton key, cast in antique brass. Its surface was aged to a warm, subdued luster. The bow was crafted into an elegant tree-fold-like flourish, with delicate filigree loops that curved around the central stylized leaf motif. The neck's band with smooth, raised collar rings, tapering into a solid, cylindrical shaft that ends in a simple, rectangular notch-cut bit. I'm holding it right now. We brought it to the motel with us after we felt the house shake with a vibration that lurched from the foundations. Dave thinks that we've made our problem even bigger at home, and I can't disagree, but I'm also still reeling from the fact that we're really dealing with this. Why now? Why all of a sudden? And now the symbols and this big brass key. I've reached my burnout, and as of right now, we don't have any strategy to find a resolution. Tomorrow at 11, we'll have to check out and return to a house that no longer feels like home. Tonight, the cheapest room we could find was a motel called Sunny Value Inn. I'm not going to bother with a rundown of this place. It's better than the Super 8, and that's all that matters. Okay, I should try to get some sleep now. I'm sure tomorrow's going to be another fun adventure. This place does have a continental breakfast that I'm going to pillage through in the morning like a berserker Viking. So, that's something to look forward to. Thanks for allowing me to rant. Tomorrow I'll share what I plundered in the breakfast raid and how much bloodshed was needed to appease the insatiable waffle god that rests just beneath my mortal skin.